Preface and Chapter 1 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Preface. I like you and your book, ingenious hone, in whose capacious, all-embracing leaves the very marrow of traditions shone. Charles Lamb, to the editor of the Everyday Book. Chapter 1. At Break of Day. Stay here beside her, Major. I shall not be needed for an hour yet. Meanwhile, I'll go downstairs and snatch a bit of sleep, or talk to old Jane. The night was hot and sultry. Though the windows of the chamber were wide open and the muslin curtains looped back, not a breath of air was stirring. Only the shrill chirp of the cicada and the muffled croaking of the frogs in some distant marsh broke the night silence. The heavy scent of magnolias, overpowering even the strong smell of drugs in the sick-room, suggested death and funeral wreaths, sorrow and tears, the long home, the last sleep. The major shivered with apprehension as the slender hand which he held in his own contracted nervously and in a spasm of pain clutched his fingers with a vice-like grip. Major Carteret, though dressed in brown linen, had thrown off his coat for greater comfort. The stifling heat, in spite of the palm-leaf fan which he plied mechanically, was scarcely less oppressive than his own thoughts. Long ago, while yet a mere boy in years, he had come back from Appomattox to find his family, one of the oldest and proudest in the state, hopelessly impoverished by the war, even their ancestral home swallowed up in the common ruin. His elder brother had sacrificed his life on the bloody altar of the lost cause, and his father, broken and chagrined, died not many years later, leaving the major the last of his line. He had tried in various pursuits to gain a foothold in the new life, but with indifferent success until he won the hand of Olivia Merkel, whom he had seen grow from a small girl to glorious womanhood. With her money he had founded the Morning Chronicle, which he had made the leading organ of his party and the most influential paper in the state. The fine old house in which they lived was hers. In this very room she had first drawn the breath of life. It had been their nuptial chamber, and here, too, within a few hours, she might die, for it seemed impossible that one could long endure such frightful agony and live. One cloud alone had marred the otherwise perfect serenity of their happiness. Olivia was childless. To have children to perpetuate the name of which he was so proud, to write it still higher on the roll of honor, had been his dearest hope. His disappointment had been proportionately keen. A few months ago this dead hope had revived, and altered the whole aspect of their lives. But as time went on, his wife's age had begun to tell upon her, until even Dr. Price, the most cheerful and optimistic of physicians, had warned him, while hoping for the best, to be prepared for the worst. To add to the danger, Mrs. Carteret had only this day suffered from a nervous shock, which, it was feared, had hastened by several weeks the expected event. Dr. Price went downstairs to the library, where a dim light was burning. An old black woman dressed in gingham frock, with a red bandana handkerchief coiled around her head by way of turban, was seated by an open window. She rose and curtsied as the doctor entered, and dropped into a willow rocking-chair near her own. "How did this happen, Jane?" he asked in a subdued voice, adding with assumed severity, "You ought to have taken better care of your mistress." "Now look here, Dr. Price," returned the old woman in an unctuous whisper, "you don't want to come talking none of your foolishness about my not taking care of Miss Livy. She never would have said such a thing. 7 or 8 months ago, when she sent for me, I says to her, says I, 'Lord, Lord, honey, You don't tell me dat after all dese long, weary years of waitin', de good Lawd has done heard yo' prayer and is gwine ter sen' you de chile you been wantin' so long and so bad? Bless his holy name. Will I come and nuss yo' baby? Why, honey, I nussed you, and nussed yo' mammy th'ough her las' sickness, and laid her out when she died. I wouldn't let nobody else nuss yo' baby, and moreover, I'm gwine ter come and nuss you too. You're young side of me, Miss Livy, but you're overly old to be having your first baby, and you'll need somebody round, honey, what knows all about the family and their way and their weaknesses, and I don't know who that'd be if it wasn't me." "Indeed, Mammy Jane," says she, "there ain't nobody else I'd have but you. You can come as soon as you want to, and stay as long as you mind to." And here I is, and here I'm going to stay, for Miss Livy is my old mistress's daughter, and my old mistress was good to me, and there ain't none of her folks going to suffer if old Jane can help it." "Your loyalty does you credit, Jane," observed the doctor, "but you haven't told me yet what happened to Mrs. Carteret to day. Did the horse run away, or did she see something that frightened her?" "No, suh, de hoss didn't get skeered er nothin', but Miss Livy did see somethin', er somebody, and it wa'n't no fault of mine ner her'n neither. It goes further back, suh, further'n dis day dis year. Does you 'member de time when my ole mistress, Miss Livy upstairs' mammy died? No? Well, you was probably 'way to school den, studyin' to be a doctor, but I'll tell you all about it. When my ole mistress, Miss 'Lizabeth Merkell, an' a good mistress she was, took sick for the last time, her sister Polly, ole Miss Polly Ochiltree, what is now, come to the house to help nurse her. Miss Livy upstairs yonder was about 6 years old den, the sweetest little angel you ever laid eyes on, and on her dyin' bed Miss 'Lizabeth ax' Miss Polly fer to stay here and take care of her chile, and Miss Polly she promise'. She was a widder for the second time and didn't have no children, and could jes' as well come as not. But there was trouble after the funeral, and it happened right here in this library. Mars Sam was settin' by the table when Miss Polly come downstairs, slow and solemn, and stood there in the middle of the flo', all in black, till Mars Sam sot a chair fer her. 'Well, Samuel,' says she, 'now dat we done all we can for po' 'Lizabeth, it only 'mains for us to consider Livia's future.' Mars Sam nodded his head, but didn't say nothin'. 'I don't need to tell you,' says she, 'that I'm willin' to carry out the wishes of my dead sister, and sacrifice my own comfort, and make myself your housekeeper and your child's nurse, for my dear sister's sake. It was her dying wish, and on it I will act, if it is also yourn.' Mars Sam didn't want Miss Polly to come, suh, for he didn't like Miss Polly. He was scared of Miss Polly. I don't wonder," yawned the doctor, "if she was anything like she is now. Wuss, suh, for she was younger and stronger. She always would have her say, no matter about what, and her own way, no matter who 'posed her. She had already been in the house for a week, and Mars Sam knowed if she once come to stay, she'd be the mistress of everybody in it, and him too. But what could he do but say yes?" "Den it is understood, is it," says Miss Polly when he spoke, "dat I'm to take charge of the house?" "All right, Polly," says Mars Sam with a deep sigh. Miss Polly 'lowed he was sighin' for my po' dead mistress, for she didn't have no idea of his feelin's to'ds her. She allers did allow dat all the gentlemen was in love wid her. "You won't find much to do," Mars Sam went on, "for Julia is a good housekeeper, and can 'tend to mos' everything, under yo' directions." Miss Polly stiffened up like a ramrod. "It must be understood, Samuel," says she, "dat when I 'sumes charge of yo' house, dere ain't gwine ter be no divided responsibility, and as for dis Julia, me and her couldn't get along together nohow. If I stays, Julia goes." When Mars Sam heared dat, he felt better and commenced to pick up his courage. Miss Polly had showed her hand too plain. My mistress hadn't got cold yet, and Miss Polly, who'd been a widder for 2 years this last time, was already figuring on taking her place for good, and she didn't want no other woman round the house that Mars Sam might take an interest in. "My dear Polly," says Mars Sam, quite determined, "I couldn't possibly send Julia away. Fac' is, I couldn't get along without Julia. She'd been running this house like clockwork before you come, and I likes her ways. My dear dead Elizabeth sot a heap of store by Julia, and I'm going to keep her here for Elizabeth's sake." Miss Polly's eyes flashed fire. "Ah," says she, I see. You prefers her housekeeping to mine. Indeed! Dat is a fine way to talk to a lady, and a heap of respect you is got for the memory of my po' dead sister." Mars Sam knowed what she 'lowed she seed wa'n't so, but he didn't let on, for it only made him the safer. He was willin' for her to imagine what she please, just so long as she kept out of his house and let him alone. "No, Polly," says he, gettin' bolder as she got madder, "dey ain't no use talkin'. Nothin' in the world would make me part wid Julia." Miss Polly she red and she pitch', but Mars Sam helt on like grim death. Miss Polly wouldn't give in neither, and so she finally went away. Dey made some kind of 'rangement afterwards, and Miss Polly took Miss Livy to her own house. Mars Sam paid her board and 'lowed Miss Polly somethin' for takin' care of her. "And Julia stayed?" "Julia stayed, suh, and a couple of years later her child was born, right here in this house." "But you said," observed the doctor, "that Mrs. Ochiltree was in error about Julia." "Yes, suh, so she was, when my old mistress died. But this was 2 years after, and what has to be has to be. Julia had a easy time. She had a black gal to wait on her, a buggy to ride in, and everything she wanted. Everybody s'posed Mars Sam would give her a house and lot, or leave her somethin' in his will. But he died suddenly and didn't leave no will, and Miss Polly got herself 'pointed guardian to young Miss Livy, and drive Julia and her young'un out of the house, and lived here in this house with Miss Livy till Miss Livy married Major Carteret." "And what became of Julia?" asked Dr. Price. Such relations, the doctor knew very well, had been all too common in the old slavery days, and not a few of them had been projected into the new era. Sins, like snakes, die hard. The habits and customs of a people were not to be changed in a day, nor by the stroke of a pen. As family physician and father confessor by brevet, Dr. Price had looked upon more than one hidden skeleton, and no one in town had had better opportunities than old Jane for learning the undercurrents in the lives of the old families. "Well," resumed Jane, "everybody s'posed, after what had happened, that Julia'd keep on livin' easy, for she was young and good lookin', but she didn't. She tried to make a livin' sewin', but Miss Polly wouldn't let the best white folks hire. Then she took up washin', but didn't do no better at dat. And by she got so discouraged that she married a shiftless yellow man, and died of consumption soon after, and was 'bout as well off, for this man couldn't hardly feed her nohow." "And the child?" "One of the Northern white lady teachers at the mission school took a likin' to little Janet and put her through school, and then sent her off to the North for to study to be a school teacher. When she come back, 'stead of teachin', she married old Adam Miller's son." "The rich stevedore's son, Dr. Miller?" "Yas, suh, dat's the man. You knows him. Dis yer boy was jes' gone away fer to study to be a doctor, and he married dis Janet and took her away wid him. Dey went off ter Europe or Irope or Orope or somewhere or 'nother, way off yonder, and come back here last year and started dis yer hospital and school fer to train the black gals fer nurses." "He's a very good doctor, Jane, and is doing a useful work. Your chapter of family history is quite interesting. I knew part of it before, in a general way. But you haven't yet told me what brought on Mrs. Carteret's trouble." "I'm jes' comin' to dat dis minute, suh. What I be'n tellin' you is all part of it. Dis yer Janet, w'at's Miss Livy's half sister, is as much like her as if dey was twins. Folks sometimes takes 'em fer one anudder. I s'pose it tickles Janet mos' ter death, but it do make Miss Livy rippin'. An' den, way back yonder jes' after de wah, when de ole Carteret mansion had to be sol', Adam Miller bought it, an' dis yer Janet an' her husban' is been livin' at it ever sence ole Adam died, 'bout a year ago, and dat makes de major mad, 'cause he don't want ter see cullud folks livin' in de ole family mansion w'at he was bawn in. An' moreover, an' dat's de wust of all, w'iles Mis' Libbie ain' had no chillen befo', dis yer sister er her'n is got a fine lookin' little yeller boy, w'at favors de family so dat ef Mis' Libbie'd see de chile anywhere, it'd mos' break her heart fer ter think 'bout her not havin' no children herse'f. So ter day, w'en Mis' Libbie was out ridin' an' met dis yer Janet wid her boy, an' w'en Mis' Libbie got ter studyin' 'bout her own chances, an' how she mought not come th'oo safe, she jes' had a fit er hysterics right dere in de buggy. She was mos' home, an' William got her here, an' you knows de res'." Major Carteret, from the head of the stairs, called the doctor anxiously. "You had better come along up now, Jane," said the doctor. For 2 long hours they fought back the grim spectre that stood by the bedside. The child was born at dawn. Both mother and child, the doctor said, would live. "Bless its little heart!" exclaimed Mammy Jane as she held up the tiny mite, which bore as much resemblance to mature humanity as might be expected of an infant which had for only a few minutes drawn the breath of life. "Bless its little heart! It's the very spittin' image of its pappy." The doctor smiled. The major laughed aloud. Jane's unconscious witticism, or conscious flattery, whichever it might be, was a welcome diversion from the tense strain of the last few hours. "Be that as it may," said Dr. Price cheerfully, "and I'll not dispute it, the child is a very fine boy, a very fine boy indeed. Take care of it, Major," he added with a touch of solemnity, "for your wife can never bear another." With the child's first cry, a refreshing breeze from the distant ocean cooled the hot air of the chamber. The heavy odor of the magnolias, with its mortuary suggestiveness, gave place to the scent of rose and lilac and honeysuckle. The birds in the garden were singing lustily. All these sweet and pleasant things found an echo in the major's heart. He stood by the window, and, looking toward the rising sun, breathed a silent prayer of thanksgiving. All nature seemed to rejoice in sympathy with his happiness at the fruition of this long-deferred hope, and to predict for this wonderful child a bright and glorious future. Old Mammy Jane, however, was not entirely at ease concerning the child. She had discovered, under its left ear, a small mole, which led her to fear that the child was born for bad luck. Had the baby been black, or yellow, or poor white, Jane would unhesitatingly have named, as his ultimate fate, a not uncommon form of taking off, usually resultant upon the infraction of certain laws, or, in these swift modern days, upon too violent a departure from established social customs. It was manifestly impossible that a child of such high quality as the grandson of her old mistress should die by judicial strangulation. But nevertheless the warning was a serious thing, and not to be lightly disregarded. Not wishing to be considered as a prophet of evil omen, Jane kept her own counsel in regard to this significant discovery. But later, after the child was several days old, she filled a small vial with water in which the infant had been washed, and took it to a certain wise old black woman, who lived on the farther edge of the town and was well known to be versed in witchcraft and conjuration. The conjure woman added to the contents of the bottle a bit of calamus root, and one of the cervical vertebrae from the skeleton of a black cat, with several other mysterious ingredients, the nature of which she did not disclose. Following instructions given her, Aunt Jane buried the bottle in Carteret's back yard one night during the full moon, as a good-luck charm to ward off evil from the little grandson of her dear mistress, so long since dead and gone to heaven. End of Chapter 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 2 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 2. The Christening Party. They named the Carteret baby Theodore Felix. Theodore was a family name, and had been borne by the eldest son for several generations, the major himself being a second son. Having thus given the child two beautiful names, replete with religious and sentimental significance, they called him Dodie. The baby was christened some 6 weeks after its birth, by which time Mrs. Carteret was able to be out. Old Mammy Jane, who had been brought up in the church, but who, like some better informed people in all ages, found religion not inconsistent with a strong vein of superstition, felt her fears for the baby's future much relieved when the rector had made the sign of the cross, and sprinkled little Dodie with the water from the carved marble font, which had come from England in the reign of King Charles the Martyr, as the ill-fated son of James I was known to St. Andrew's. Upon this special occasion, Mammy Jane had been provided with a seat downstairs among the white people, to her own intense satisfaction, and to the secret envy of a small colored attendants in the gallery, to whom she was ostentatiously pointed out by her grandson Jerry, porter at the Morning Chronicle office, who sat among them in the front row. On the following Monday evening the major gave a christening party in honor of this important event. Owing to Mrs. Carteret's still delicate health, only a small number of intimate friends and family connections were invited to attend. These were the rector of St. Andrew's, old Mrs. Polly Ochiltree, the godmother, old Mr. Delamere, a distant relative and also one of the sponsors, and his grandson Tom Delamere. The major had also invited Lee Ellis, his young city editor, for whom he had a great liking apart from his business value, and who was a frequent visitor at the house. These, with the family itself, which consisted of the major, his wife, and his half-sister Clara Pemberton, a young woman of about 18, made up the 8 persons for whom covers were laid. Ellis was the first to arrive, a tall, loose-limbed young man, with a slightly freckled face, hair verging on auburn, a firm chin, and honest gray eyes. He had come half an hour early, and was left alone for a few minutes in the parlor, a spacious, high-ceilinged room with large windows, and fitted up in excellent taste, with stately reminiscences of a past generation. The walls were hung with figured paper. The ceiling was whitewashed, and decorated in the middle with a plaster centerpiece, from which hung a massive chandelier sparkling with prismatic rays from 100 crystal pendants. There was a handsome mantel set with terra-cotta tiles, on which fauns and satyrs, nymphs and dryads disported themselves in idyllic abandon. The furniture was old, and in keeping with the room. At 7 o'clock a carriage drove up, from which alighted an elderly gentleman with white hair and mustache, and bowed somewhat with years. Short of breath and painfully weak in the legs, he was assisted from the carriage by a colored man, apparently about 40 years old, to whom short side whiskers and spectacles imparted an air of sobriety. This attendant gave his arm respectfully to the old gentleman, who leaned upon it heavily, but with as little appearance of dependence as possible. The servant, assuming a similar unconsciousness of the weight resting upon his arm, assisted the old gentleman carefully up the steps. "I'm all right now, Sandy," whispered the gentleman as soon as his feet were planted firmly on the piazza. "You may come back for me at 9 o'clock." Having taken his hand from his servant's arm, he advanced to meet a lady who stood in the door awaiting him, a tall, elderly woman, gaunt and angular of frame, with a mottled face, and high cheek-bones partially covered by bands of hair entirely too black and abundant for a person of her age, if one might judge from the lines of her mouth, which are rarely deceptive in such matters. "Perhaps you'd better not send your man away, Mr. Delamere," observed the lady in a high, shrill voice, which grated upon the old gentleman's ears. He was slightly hard of hearing, but, like most deaf people, resented being screamed at. "You might need him before 9 o'clock. One never knows what may happen after one has had the second stroke. And, moreover, our butler has fallen down the back steps, negroes are so careless, and sprained his ankle so that he can't stand. I'd like to have Sandy stay and wait on the table in Peter's place, if you don't mind." "I thank you, Mrs. Ochiltree, for your solicitude," replied Mr. Delamere, with a shade of annoyance in his voice. "But my health is very good just at present, and I do not anticipate any catastrophe which will require my servant's presence before I am ready to go home. But I have no doubt, madam," he continued, with a courteous inclination, "that Sandy will be pleased to serve you, if you desire it, to the best of his poor knowledge." "I shall be honored, ma'am," assented Sandy, with a bow even deeper than his master's. "Only I'm feared I ain't rightly dressed for to wait on table. I was only goin' to prayer meetin', and so I didn't put on my best clothes. If Miss Ochiltree ain't gwine need me for the next 15 minutes, I can ride back home in the kerridge and dress myself suitable for the occasion, suh." "If you think you'll wait on the table any better," said Mrs. Ochiltree, "you may go along and change your clothes. But hurry back, for it is 7 now, and dinner will soon be served." Sandy retired with a bow. While descending the steps to the carriage, which had waited for him, he came face to face with a young man just entering the house. "Am I in time for dinner, Sandy?" asked the newcomer. "Yas, Mr. Tom, you're in plenty of time. Dinner won't be ready till I get back, which won't be for 15 minutes or so yet." Throwing away the cigarette which he held between his fingers, the young man crossed the piazza with a light step, and after a preliminary knock, for an answer to which he did not wait, entered the house with the air of one thoroughly at home. The lights in the parlor had been lit, and Ellis, who sat talking to Major Carteret when the newcomer entered, covered him with a jealous glance. Slender and of medium height, with a small head of almost perfect contour, a symmetrical face, dark almost to swarthiness, black eyes, which moved somewhat restlessly, curly hair of raven tint, a slight mustache, small hands and feet, and fashionable attire, Tom Delamere, the grandson of the old gentleman who had already arrived, was easily the handsomest young man in Wellington. But no discriminating observer would have characterized his beauty as manly. It conveyed no impression of strength, but did possess a certain element, feline rather than feminine, which subtly negatived the idea of manliness. He gave his hand to the major, nodded curtly to Ellis, saluted his grandfather respectfully, and inquired for the ladies. "Olivia is dressing for dinner," replied the major. "Mrs. Ochiltree is in the kitchen, struggling with the servants. Clara? Here she comes now." Ellis, whose senses were preternaturally acute where Clara was concerned, was already looking toward the hall, and was the first to see her. Clad in an evening gown of simple white, to the close-fitting corsage of which she had fastened a bunch of pink roses, she was to Ellis a dazzling apparition. To him her erect and well-moulded form was the embodiment of symmetry, her voice sweet music, her movements the perfection of grace, and it scarcely needed a lover's imagination to read in her fair countenance a pure heart and a high spirit, the truthfulness that scorns a lie, the pride which is not haughtiness. There were suggestive depths of tenderness, too, in the curl of her lip, the droop of her long lashes, the glance of her blue eyes, depths that Ellis had long since divined, though he had never yet explored them. She gave Ellis a friendly nod as she came in, but for the smile with which she greeted Delamere, Ellis would have given all that he possessed. Not a great deal, it is true, but what could a man do more? "You are the last one, Tom," she said reproachfully. "Mr. Ellis has been here half an hour." Delamere threw a glance at Ellis which was not exactly friendly. Why should this fellow always be on hand to emphasize his own shortcomings? "The rector is not here," answered Tom triumphantly. "You see, I am not the last." "The rector," replied Clara, "was called out of town at 6 o'clock this evening to visit a dying man, and so cannot be here. You are the last, Tom, and Mr. Ellis was the first." Ellis was ruefully aware that this comparison in his favor was the only visible advantage that he had gained from his early arrival. He had not seen Miss Pemberton a moment sooner by reason of it. There had been a certain satisfaction in being in the same house with her, but Delamere had arrived in time to share, or, more correctly, to monopolize the sunshine of her presence. Delamere gave a plausible excuse, which won Clara's pardon, and another enchanting smile which pierced Ellis like a dagger. He knew very well that Delamere's excuse was a lie. Ellis himself had been ready as early as 6 o'clock, but judging this to be too early, had stopped in at the Clarendon Club for half an hour to look over the magazines. While coming out, he had glanced into the card room, where he had seen his rival deep in a game of cards, from which Delamere had evidently not been able to tear himself until the last moment. He had accounted for his lateness by a story quite inconsistent with these facts. The two young people walked over to a window on the opposite side of the large room, where they stood talking to one another in low tones. The major had left the room for a moment. Old Mr. Delamere, who was watching his grandson and Clara with an indulgent smile, proceeded to rub salt into Ellis's wounds. "They make a handsome couple," he observed. "I remember well when her mother, in her youth an ideally beautiful woman, of an excellent family, married Daniel Pemberton, who was not of so good a family but had made money." The major, who was only a very young man then, disapproved of the match. He considered that his mother, although a widow and nearly 40, was marrying beneath her. But he has been a good brother to Clara, and a careful guardian of her estate. Ah, young gentleman, you cannot appreciate, except in imagination, what it means to one standing on the brink of eternity to feel sure that he will live on in his children and his children's children. Ellis was appreciating at that moment what it meant, in cold blood, with no effort of the imagination, to see the girl whom he loved absorbed completely in another man. She had looked at him only once since Tom Delamere had entered the room, and then merely to use him as a spur with which to prick his favored rival. "Yes, sir," he returned mechanically, "Miss Clara is a beautiful young lady." "And Tom is a good boy, fine boy," returned the old gentleman. "I am very well pleased with Tom, and shall be entirely happy when I see them married." Ellis could not echo this sentiment. The very thought of this marriage made him miserable. He had always understood that the engagement was merely tentative, a sort of family understanding, subject to confirmation after Delamere should have attained his majority, which was still a year off, and when the major should think Clara old enough to marry. Ellis saw Delamere with the eye of a jealous rival, and judged him mercilessly, whether correctly or not the sequel will show. He did not at all believe that Tom Delamere would make a fit husband for Clara Pemberton, but his opinion would have had no weight. He could hardly have expressed it without showing his own interest. Moreover, there was no element of the sneak in Lee Ellis's make-up. The very fact that he might profit by the other's discomfiture left Delamere secure, so far as he could be affected by anything that Ellis might say. But Ellis did not shrink from a fair fight, and though in this one the odds were heavily against him, yet so long as this engagement remained indefinite, so long, indeed, as the object of his love was still unwed, he would not cease to hope. Such a sacrifice as this marriage clearly belonged in the catalogue of impossibilities. Ellis had not lived long enough to learn that impossibilities are merely things of which we have not learned, or which we do not wish to happen. Sandy returned at the end of a quarter of an hour, and dinner was announced. Mr. Delamere led the way to the dining room with Mrs. Ochiltree. Tom followed with Clara. The major went to the head of the stairs, and came down with Mrs. Carteret upon his arm, her beauty rendered more delicate by the pallor of her countenance, and more complete by the happiness with which it glowed. Ellis went in alone. In the rector's absence it was practically a family party which sat down, with the exception of Ellis, who, as we have seen, would willingly have placed himself in the same category. The table was tastefully decorated with flowers, which grew about the house in lavish profusion. In warm climates, nature adorns herself with true feminine vanity. "What a beautiful table!" exclaimed Tom, before they were seated. "The decorations are mine," said Clara proudly. "I cut the flowers and arranged them all myself." "Which accounts for the admirable effect," rejoined Tom, with a bow, before Ellis, to whom the same thought had occurred, was able to express himself. He had always counted himself the least envious of men, but for this occasion he coveted Tom Delamere's readiness. "The beauty of the flowers," observed old Mr. Delamere, with sententious gallantry, "is reflected upon all around them. It is a handsome company." Mrs. Ochiltree beamed upon the table with a dry smile. "I don't perceive any effect that it has upon you or me," she said. "And as for the young people, handsome is as handsome does. If Tom here, for instance, were as good as he looks—" "You flatter me, Aunt Polly," Tom broke in hastily, anticipating the crack of the whip. He was familiar with his aunt's conversational idiosyncrasies. "If you are as good as you look," continued the old lady, with a cunning but indulgent smile, "some one has been slandering you." "Thanks, Aunt Polly. Now you don't flatter me." "There is Mr. Ellis," Mrs. Ochiltree went on, "who is not half so good looking, but is steady as a clock, I dare say." "Now, Aunt Polly," interposed Mrs. Carteret, "let the gentleman alone." "She doesn't mean half what she says," continued Mrs. Carteret apologetically, "and only talks that way to people whom she likes." Tom threw Mrs. Carteret a graceful glance. He had been apprehensive, with the sensitiveness of youth, lest his old great aunt should make a fool of him before Clara's family. Nor had he relished the comparison with Ellis, who was out of place, anyway, in this family party. He had never liked the fellow, who was too much of a plodder and a prig to make a suitable associate for a whole-souled, generous-hearted young gentleman. He tolerated him as a visitor at Carteret's, and as a member of the Clarendon Club, but that was all. "Mrs. Ochiltree has a characteristic way of disguising her feelings," observed old Mr. Delamere, with a touch of sarcasm. Ellis had merely flushed and felt uncomfortable at the reference to himself. The compliment to his character hardly offset the reflection upon his looks. He knew he was not exactly handsome, but it was not pleasant to have the fact emphasized in the presence of the girl he loved. He would like at least fair play, and judgment upon the subject left to the young lady. Mrs. Ochiltree was quietly enjoying herself. In early life she had been accustomed to impale fools on epigrams, like flies on pins, to see them wriggle. But with advancing years she had lost in some measure the faculty of nice discrimination. It was pleasant to see her victims squirm, whether they were fools or friends. Even one's friends, she argued, were not always wise, and were sometimes the better for being told the truth. At her niece's table she felt at liberty to speak her mind, which she invariably did, with a frankness that sometimes bordered on brutality. She had long ago outgrown the period where ambition or passion, or its partners envy and hatred, were springs of action in her life, and simply retained a mild enjoyment in the exercise of an old habit, with no active malice whatever. The ruling passion merely grew stronger as the restraining faculties decreased in vigor. A diversion was created at this point by the appearance of old Mammy Jane, dressed in a calico frock, with clean white neckerchief and apron, carrying the wonderful baby in honor of whose naming this feast had been given. Though only 6 weeks old, the little Theodore had grown rapidly, and Mammy Jane declared was already quite large for his age and displayed signs of an unusually precocious intelligence. He was passed around the table and duly admired. Clara thought his hair was fine. Ellis inquired about his teeth. Tom put his finger in the baby's fist to test his grip. Old Mr. Delamere was unable to decide as yet whether he favored most his father or his mother. The object of these attentions endured them patiently for several minutes, and then protested with a vocal vigor which led to his being taken promptly back upstairs. Whatever fate might be in store for him, he manifested no sign of weak lungs. "Sandy," said Mrs. Carteret, when the baby had retired, "pass that tray standing upon the side table, so that we may all see the presents." Mr. Delamere had brought a silver spoon, and Tom a napkin ring. Ellis had sent a silver watch. It was a little premature, he admitted, but the boy would grow to it, and could use it to play with in the meantime. It had a glass back, so that he might see the wheels go round. Mrs. Ochiltree's present was an old and yellow ivory rattle, with a handle which the child could bite while teething, and a knob screwed on at the end to prevent the handle from slipping through the baby's hand. "I saw that in your cedar chest, Aunt Polly," said Clara, "when I was a little girl, and you used to pull the chest out from under your bed to get me a dime." "You kept the rattle in the right-hand corner of the chest," said Tom, "in the box with the red silk purse, from which you took the gold piece you gave me every Christmas." A smile shone on Mrs. Ochiltree's severe features at this appreciation, like a ray of sunlight on a snowbank. "Aunt Polly's chest is like the widow's cruse," said Mrs. Carteret, "which was never empty." "Or Fortunatus's purse, which was always full," added old Mr. Delamere, who read the Latin poets, and whose allusions were apt to be classical rather than scriptural. "It will last me while I live," said Mrs. Ochiltree, adding cautiously, "but there'll not be a great deal left. It won't take much to support an old woman for 20 years." Mr. Delamere's man Sandy had been waiting upon the table with the decorum of a trained butler, and a gravity all his own. He had changed his suit of plain gray for a long blue coat with brass buttons, which dated back to the fashion of a former generation, with which he wore a pair of plaid trousers of strikingly modern cut and pattern. With his whiskers, his spectacles, and his solemn air of responsibility, he would have presented, to one unfamiliar with the negro type, an amusingly impressive appearance. But there was nothing incongruous about Sandy to this company, except perhaps to Tom Delamere, who possessed a keen eye for contrasts, and always regarded Sandy, in that particular rig, as a very comical darky. "Is it quite prudent, Mrs. Ochiltree," suggested the major at a moment when Sandy, having set down the tray, had left the room for a little while, "to mention in the presence of the servants that you keep money in the house?" "I beg your pardon, Major," observed old Mr. Delamere, with a touch of stiffness. "The only servant in hearing of the conversation has been my own, and Sandy is as honest as any man in Wellington." "You mean, sir," replied Carteret with a smile, "as honest as any negro in Wellington." "I make no exceptions, Major," returned the old gentleman with emphasis. "I would trust Sandy with my life. He saved it once, at the risk of his own." "No doubt," mused the major, "the negro is capable of a certain dog-like fidelity. I make the comparison in a kindly sense, a certain personal devotion which is admirable in itself, and fits him eminently for a servile career. I should imagine, however, that one could more safely trust his life with a negro than his portable property." "Very clever, Major. I read your paper, and know that your feeling is hostile toward the negro. But" the major made a gesture of dissent, but remained courteously silent until Mr. Delamere had finished. "For my part," the old gentleman went on, "I think they have done very well, considering what they started from, and their limited opportunities. There was Adam Miller, for instance, who left a comfortable estate. His son George carries on the business, and the younger boy, William, is a good doctor and stands well with his profession. His hospital is a good thing, and if my estate were clear, I should like to do something for it." "You are mistaken, sir, in imagining me hostile to the negro," explained Carteret. "On the contrary, I am friendly to his best interests. I give him employment. I pay taxes for schools to educate him, and for court houses and jails to keep him in order. I merely object to being governed by an inferior and servile race." Mrs. Carteret's face wore a tired expression. This question was her husband's hobby, and therefore her own nightmare. Moreover, she had her personal grievance against the negro race, and the names mentioned by old Mr. Delamere had brought it vividly before her mind. She had no desire to mar the harmony of the occasion by the discussion of a distasteful subject. Mr. Delamere, glancing at his hostess, read something of this thought, and refused the challenge to further argument. "I do not believe, Major," he said, "that Olivia relishes the topic. I merely wish to say that Sandy is an exception to any rule which you may formulate in derogation of the negro. Sandy is a gentleman in ebony." Tom could scarcely preserve his gravity at this characterization of old Sandy, with his ridiculous air of importance, his long blue coat, and his loud plaid trousers. That suit would make a great costume for a masquerade. He would borrow it some time. There was nothing in the world like it. "Well, Mr. Delamere," returned the major good humoredly, "no doubt Sandy is an exceptionally good negro. He might well be, for he has had the benefit of your example all his life, and we know that he is a faithful servant. But, nevertheless, if I were Mrs. Ochiltree, I should put my money in the bank. Not all negroes are as honest as Sandy, and an elderly lady might not prove a match for a burly black burglar." "Thank you, Major," retorted Mrs. Ochiltree with spirit. "I'm not yet too old to take care of myself. That cedar chest has been my bank for 40 years, and I shall not change my habits at my age." At this moment Sandy re entered the room. Carteret made a warning gesture, which Mrs. Ochiltree chose not to notice. "I've proved a match for 2 husbands, and am not afraid of any man that walks the earth, black or white, by day or night. I have a revolver, and know how to use it. Whoever attempts to rob me will do so at his peril." After dinner Clara played the piano and sang duets with Tom Delamere. At 9 o'clock Mr. Delamere's carriage came for him, and he went away accompanied by Sandy. Under cover of the darkness the old gentleman leaned on his servant's arm with frank dependence, and Sandy lifted him into the carriage with every mark of devotion. Ellis had already excused himself to go to the office and look over the late proofs for the morning paper. Tom remained a few minutes longer than his grandfather, and upon taking his leave went round to the Clarendon Club, where he spent an hour or 2 in the card room with a couple of congenial friends. Luck seemed to favor him, and he went home at midnight with a comfortable balance of winnings. He was fond of excitement, and found a great deal of it in cards. To lose was only less exciting than to win. Of late he had developed into a very successful player, so successful, indeed, that several members of the club generally found excuses to avoid participating in a game where he made one. End of Chapter 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 3. Of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 3. The Editor at Work. To go back a little, for several days after his child's birth, Major Carteret's chief interest in life had been confined to the 4 walls of the chamber where his pale wife lay upon her bed of pain, and those of the adjoining room where an old black woman crooned lovingly over a little white infant. A new element had been added to the major's consciousness, broadening the scope and deepening the strength of his affections. He did not love Olivia the less, for maternity had crowned her wifehood with an added glory. But side by side with this old and tried attachment was a new passion, stirring up dormant hopes and kindling new desires. His regret had been more than personal at the thought that with himself an old name should be lost to the state. And now all the old pride of race, class, and family welled up anew, and swelled and quickened the current of his life. Upon the major's first appearance at the office, which took place the 2nd day after the child's birth, he opened a box of cigars in honor of the event. The word had been passed around by Ellis and the whole office force, including reporters, compositors, and pressmen, came in to congratulate the major and smoke at his expense. Even Jerry, the colored porter, Mamie Jane's grandson and therefore a protege of the family, presented himself among the rest, or rather after the rest. The major shook hands with them all except Jerry, though he acknowledged the porter's congratulations with a kind nod and put a good cigar into his outstretched palm, for which Jerry thanked him without manifesting any consciousness of the omission. He was quite aware that under ordinary circumstances the major would not have shaken hands with white workingmen, to say nothing of negroes, and he had merely hoped that in the pleasurable distraction of the moment the major might also overlook the distinction of color. Jerry's hope had been shattered, though not rudely, for the major had spoken pleasantly, and the cigar was a good one. Mr. Ellis had once shaken hands with Jerry, but Mr. Ellis was a young man, whose Quaker father had never owned any slaves, and he could not be expected to have as much pride as one of the best quality whose families had possessed land and negroes for time out of mind. On the whole, Jerry preferred the careless nod of the editor in chief to the more familiar greeting of the subaltern. Having finished this pleasant ceremony, which left him with a comfortable sense of his new dignity, the major turned to his desk. It had been much neglected during the week, and more than one matter claimed his attention. But, as typical of the new trend of his thoughts, the first subject he took up was one bearing upon the future of his son. Quite obviously the career of a Carteret must not be left to chance. It must be planned and worked out with a due sense of the value of good blood. There lay upon his desk a letter from a well-known promoter, offering the major an investment which promised large returns, though several years must elapse before the enterprise could be put upon a paying basis. The element of time, however, was not immediately important. The Morning Chronicle provided him an ample income. The money available for this investment was part of his wife's patrimony. It was invested in a local cotton mill, which was paying 10%. But this was a beggarly return compared with the immense profits promised by the offered investment, profits which would enable his son, upon reaching manhood, to take a place in the world commensurate with the dignity of his ancestors, one of whom, only a few generations removed, had owned an estate of 90,000 acres of land and 6,000 slaves. This letter having been disposed of by an answer accepting the offer, the major took up his pen to write an editorial. Public affairs in the state were not going to his satisfaction. At the last state election his own party, after an almost unbroken rule of 20 years, had been defeated by the so-called fusion ticket, a combination of Republicans and Populists. A clean sweep had been made of the offices in the state, which were now filled by new men. Many of the smaller places had gone to colored men, their people having voted almost solidly for the fusion ticket. In spite of the fact that the population of Wellington was two-thirds colored, this state of things was gall and wormwood to the defeated party, of which the Morning Chronicle was the acknowledged organ. Major Carteret shared this feeling. Only this very morning, while passing the City Hall on his way to the office, he had seen the steps of that noble building disfigured by a fringe of job-hunting negroes, for all the world, to use a local simile, like a string of buzzards sitting on a rail, awaiting their opportunity to batten upon the helpless corpse of a moribund city. Taking for his theme the unfitness of the negro to participate in government, an unfitness due to his limited education, his lack of experience, his criminal tendencies, and more especially to his hopeless mental and physical inferiority to the white race, the major had demonstrated, it seemed to him clearly enough, that the ballot in the hands of the negro was a menace to the commonwealth. He had argued, with entire conviction, that the white and black races could never attain social and political harmony by commingling their blood. He had proved, by several historical parallels, that no two unassimilable races could ever live together except in the relation of superior and inferior. And he was just dipping his gold pen into the ink to indite his conclusions from the premises thus established, when Jerry, the porter, announced two visitors. "General Belmont and Captain McBane would like to see you, suh." "Show them in, Jerry." The man who entered first upon this invitation was a dapper little gentleman with light blue eyes and a Vandyke beard. He wore a frock coat, patent leather shoes, and a Panama hat. There were crow's feet about his eyes, which twinkled with a hard and, at times, humorous shrewdness. He had sloping shoulders, small hands and feet, and walked with the leisurely step characteristic of those who have been reared under hot suns. Carteret gave his hand cordially to the gentleman thus described. "How do you do, Captain McBane?" he said, turning to the second visitor. The individual thus addressed was strikingly different in appearance from his companion. His broad shoulders, burly form, square jaw, and heavy chin betokened strength, energy, and unscrupulousness. With the exception of a small bristling mustache, his face was clean shaven, with here and there a speck of dried blood due to a carelessly or unskilfully handled razor. A single deep-set gray eye was shadowed by a beetling brow, over which a crop of coarse black hair, slightly streaked with gray, fell almost low enough to mingle with his black bushy eyebrows. His coat had not been brushed for several days, if one might judge from the accumulation of dandruff upon the collar, and his shirt front, in the middle of which blazed a showy diamond, was plentifully stained with tobacco juice. He wore a large slouch hat, which, upon entering the office, he removed and held in his hand. Having greeted this person with an unconscious but quite perceptible diminution of the warmth with which he had welcomed the other, the major looked around the room for seats for his visitors, and perceiving only one chair, piled with exchanges, and a broken stool propped against the wall, pushed a button, which rang a bell in the hall, summoning the colored porter to his presence. "Jerry," said the editor when his servant appeared, "bring a couple of chairs for these gentlemen." While they stood waiting, the visitors congratulated the major on the birth of his child, which had been announced in the Morning Chronicle, and which the prominence of the family made in some degree a matter of public interest. "And now that you have a son, Major," remarked the gentleman first described, as he lit one of the major's cigars, "you'll be all the more interested in doing something to make this town fit to live in, which is what we came up to talk about. Things are in an awful condition. A negro justice of the peace has opened an office on Market Street, and only yesterday summoned a white man to appear before him. Negro lawyers get most of the business in the criminal court. Last evening a group of young white ladies, going quietly along the street arm in arm, were forced off the sidewalk by a crowd of negro girls. Coming down the street just now, I saw a spectacle of social equality and negro domination that made my blood boil with indignation. A white and a black convict, chained together, crossing the city in charge of a negro officer. We cannot stand that sort of thing, Carteret. It is the last straw. Something must be done, and that quickly." The major thrilled with responsive emotion. There was something prophetic in this opportune visit. The matter was not only in his own thoughts, but in the air. It was the spontaneous revulsion of white men against the rule of an inferior race. These were the very men, above all others in the town, to join him in a movement to change these degrading conditions. General Belmont, the smaller of the two, was a man of good family, a lawyer by profession, and took an active part in state and local politics. Aristocratic by birth and instinct, and a former owner of slaves, his conception of the obligations and rights of his caste was nevertheless somewhat lower than that of the narrower but more sincere Carteret. In serious affairs Carteret desired the approval of his conscience, even if he had to trick that docile organ into acquiescence. This was not difficult to do in politics, for he believed in the divine right of white men and gentlemen, as his ancestors had believed in and died for the divine right of kings. General Belmont was not without a gentleman's distaste for meanness, but he permitted no fine scruples to stand in the way of success. He had once been minister, under a Democratic administration, to a small Central American state. Political rivals had characterized him as a tricky demagogue, which may of course have been a libel. He had an amiable disposition, possessed the gift of eloquence, and was a prime social favorite. Captain George McBane had sprung from the poor white class, to which, even more than to the slaves, the abolition of slavery had opened the door of opportunity. No longer overshadowed by a slave-holding caste, some of this class had rapidly pushed themselves forward. Some had made honorable records; others, foremost in negro baiting and election frauds, had done the dirty work of politics, as their fathers had done that of slavery, seeking their reward at first in minor offices, for which men of gentler breeding did not care, until their ambition began to reach out for higher honors. Of this class, McBane, whose captaincy, by the way, was merely a polite fiction, had been one of the most successful. He had held, until recently, as the reward of questionable political services, a contract with the state for its convict labor, from which in a few years he had realized a fortune. But the methods which made his contract profitable had not commended themselves to humane people, and charges of cruelty and worse had been preferred against him. He was rich enough to escape serious consequences from the investigation which followed, but when the fusion ticket carried the state, he lost his contract, and the system of convict labor was abolished. Since then, McBane had devoted himself to politics. He was ambitious for greater wealth, for office, and for social recognition. A man of few words and self-engrossed, he seldom spoke of his aspirations except where speech might favor them, preferring to seek his ends by secret deals and combinations rather than to challenge criticism and provoke rivalry by more open methods. At sight, therefore, of these two men with whose careers and characters he was entirely familiar, Carteret felt sweep over his mind the conviction that now was the time and these the instruments with which to undertake the redemption of the state from the evil fate which had befallen it. Jerry, the porter, who had gone downstairs to the counting room to find two whole chairs, now entered with one in each hand. He set a chair for the general, who gave him an amiable nod, to which Jerry responded with a bow and a scrape. Captain McBane made no acknowledgment, but fixed Jerry so fiercely with his single eye that upon placing the chair Jerry made his escape from the room as rapidly as possible. "I don't like dat Cap'n McBane," he muttered, upon reaching the hall. "Dey says he got dat eye knocked out tryin' to whip a colored woman when he was a boy, and dat he ain't never had no use for niggers sence, 'cep'n' fer w'at he could make out of 'em wid his convict labor contracts. His daddy was a overseer befo' 'im, and it come natchul fer 'im to be a nigger driver. I don't want dat one eye of his'n restin' on me no longer 'n I kin help, and I don't know how I'm gwine ter like dis job ef he's gwine ter be comin' roun' here. He ain't nothin' but po' white trash nohow. But Lawd, Lawd, look at de money he's got! Livin' at de hotel, wearin' diamon's, and colloguin' wid de bes' quality er dis town. 'Pears ter me de bottom rail is gittin' mighty close ter de top. Well, I s'pose it all comes from bein' white. I wish ter Gawd I was white." After this fervent aspiration, having nothing else to do for the time being, except to remain within call, and having caught a few words of the conversation as he went in with the chairs, Jerry, who possessed a certain amount of curiosity, placed close to the wall the broken stool upon which he sat while waiting in the hall, and applied his ear to a hole in the plastering of the hallway. There was a similar defect in the inner wall, between the same two pieces of studding, and while this inner opening was not exactly opposite the outer, Jerry was enabled, through the two, to catch in a more or less fragmentary way what was going on within. He could hear the mayor now and then use the word negro, and McBane's deep voice was quite audible when he referred, it seemed to Jerry with alarming frequency, to the "damned niggers," while the general's suave tones now and then pronounced the word "negro," a sort of compromise between ethnology and the vernacular. That the gentlemen were talking politics seemed quite likely, for gentlemen generally talked politics when they met at the Chronicle office. Jerry could hear the words "vote," "franchise," "eliminate," "constitution," and other expressions which marked the general tenor of the talk, though he could not follow it all, partly because he could not hear everything distinctly, and partly because of certain limitations which nature had placed in the way of Jerry's understanding anything very difficult or abstruse. He had gathered enough, however, to realize in a vague way that something serious was on foot, involving his own race, when a bell sounded over his head, at which he sprang up hastily and entered the room where the gentlemen were talking. "Jerry," said the major, "wait on Captain McBane." "Yes, suh," responded Jerry, turning toward the captain, whose eye he carefully avoided meeting directly. "Take that $50, boy," ordered McBane, "and go across the street to Mr. Sykes, and tell him to send me 3 whiskeys. Bring back the change, and make haste." The captain tossed the $50 at Jerry, who, looking to one side, of course missed it. He picked the money up, however, and backed out of the room. Jerry did not like Captain McBane to begin with, and it was clear that the captain was no gentleman, or he would not have thrown the money at him. Considering the source, Jerry might have overlooked this discourtesy had it not been coupled with the remark about the change, which seemed to him in very poor taste. Returning in a few minutes with 3 glasses on a tray, he passed them round, handed Captain McBane his change, and retired to the hall. "Gentlemen," exclaimed the captain, lifting his glass, "I propose a toast, 'No Nigger Domination.'" "Amen," said the others, and 3 glasses were solemnly drained. "Major," observed the general, smacking his lips, "I should like to use Jerry for a moment, if you will permit me." Jerry appeared promptly at the sound of the bell. He had remained conveniently near. Calls of this sort were apt to come in sequence. "Jerry," said the general, handing Jerry half a dollar, "go over to Mr. Brown's, I get my liquor there, and tell him to send me 3 glasses of my special mixture. And, Jerry, you may keep the change." "Thank you, gin'l, thank you, marster," replied Jerry, with unctuous gratitude, bending almost double as he backed out of the room. "Dat's a gentleman, a rale, ole time gentleman," he said to himself when he had closed the door. "But dere's somethin' gwine on in dere, dere sho' is. No nigger damnation. Dat soun's all right. I'm sho' dere ain' no nigger I knows w'at wants damnation, dough dere's lots of 'em w'at deserves it. But ef dat one eyed Cap'n McBane got anything ter do wid it, whatever it is, it don't mean no good fer de niggers. Damnation 'd be better fer 'em dan dat Cap'n McBane. He looks at a nigger lack he could jes' eat 'im alive." "This mixture, gentlemen," observed the general when Jerry had returned with the glasses, "was originally compounded by no less a person than the great John C. Calhoun himself, who confided the recipe to my father over the convivial board. In this nectar of the gods, gentlemen, I drink with you to white supremacy." "White supremacy everywhere," added McBane with fervor. "Now and forever," concluded Carteret solemnly. When the visitors, half an hour later, had taken their departure, Carteret, inspired by the theme, and in less degree by the famous mixture of the immortal Calhoun, turned to his desk and finished, at a white heat, his famous editorial in which he sounded the tocsin of a new crusade. At noon, when the editor, having laid down his pen, was leaving the office, he passed Jerry in the hall without a word or a nod. The major wore a rapt look, which Jerry observed with a vague uneasiness. "He looks jes' lack he was walkin' in his sleep," muttered Jerry uneasily. "Dere's somethin' up, sho's you bawn. No nigger damnation! Anybody'd 'low dey was all gwine ter heaven. But I knows better. W'en a passel er w'ite folks gits ter talkin' 'bout de niggers lack dem in yonder, it's mo' lackly dey're gwine ter ketch somethin' else dan heaven. I got ter keep my eyes open en keep up wid w'at's happenin'. Ef dere's gwine ter be anudder flood roun' here, I wants ter git in de ark wid de w'ite folks. I may hafter be anudder Ham, en start de colored race all over ag'in." End of Chapter 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 4 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 4. Theodore Felix. The young heir of the Carterets had thriven apace, and at 6 months old was, according to Mammy Jane, whose experience qualified her to speak with authority, the largest, finest, smartest, and altogether most remarkable baby that had ever lived in Wellington. Mammy Jane had recently suffered from an attack of inflammatory rheumatism, as a result of which she had returned to her own home. She nevertheless came now and then to see Mrs. Carteret. A younger nurse had been procured to take her place, but it was understood that Jane would come whenever she might be needed. "You really mean that about Dodie, do you, Mammy Jane?" asked the delighted mother, who never tired of hearing her own opinion confirmed concerning this wonderful child, which had come to her like an angel from heaven. "Does I mean it?" exclaimed Mammy Jane with a tone and an expression which spoke volumes of reproach. "Now, Miss Libbie, what is I ever uttered er said er spoke er done dat would make you s'pose I could tell you a lie about yo' own chile?" "No, Mammy Jane, I'm sure you wouldn't." "'Deed, ma'am, I'm tellin' you de Lawd's trufe. I don't have ter tell no lies ner strain no points 'bout my ole mistress's gran'chile. Dis yer boy is de ve'y spittin' image er yo' brother, young Mars Aleck, w'at died w'en he was 'bout 8 months ole, w'iles I was laid off havin' a baby of my own, en could 'a' be'n roun' ter look after 'im. En dis chile is a rale quality chile, he is. I never seed a baby wid such fine hair fer his age, ner such blue eyes, ner such a grip, ner such a heft. Why, dat chile mus' weigh 'bout 24 pounds, en he not but 6 months ole. Does dat gal w'at does de nussin' w'iles I'm gone ten' ter dis chile right, Miss Libbie?" "She does fairly well, Mammy Jane, but I could hardly expect her to love the baby as you do. There's no one like you, Mammy Jane." "'Deed dere ain't, honey. You is talkin' de gospel trufe now. None er dese yer young folks ain't got de trainin' my ole mistiss give me. Dese yer new fangle schools don't l'arn 'em nothin' ter compare wid it. I'm jes' gwine ter give dat chile a piece er my min' befo' I go, so she'll 'ten' ter dis chile right." The nurse came in shortly afterwards, a neat-looking brown girl, dressed in a clean calico gown, with a nurse's cap and apron. "Look here, gal," said Mammy Jane sternly, "I want you to understan' dat you got ter take good keer er dis chile, fer I nussed his mammy dere en his gran'mammy befo' 'im, en you's got a privilege dat mos' lackly you don't 'preciate. I want you ter 'member in yo' incomin's en outgoin's dat I got my eye on you, en am gwine ter see dat you does yo' work right." "Do you need me for anything, ma'am?" asked the young nurse, who had stood before Mrs. Carteret giving Mammy Jane a mere passing glance, and listening impassively to her harangue. The nurse belonged to the younger generation of colored people. She had graduated from the mission school, and had received some instruction in Dr. Miller's class for nurses. Standing, like most young people of her race, on the border line between two irreconcilable states of life, she had neither the picturesqueness of the slave, nor the unconscious dignity of those to whom freedom has been the immemorable birthright. She was in what might be called the chip-on-the-shoulder stage, through which races as well as individuals must pass in climbing the ladder of life. Not an interesting, at least not an agreeable stage, but an inevitable one, and for that reason entitled to a paragraph in a story of Southern life, which, with its as yet imperfect blending of old with new, of race with race, of slavery with freedom, is like no other life under the sun. Had this old woman, who had no authority over her, been a little more polite, or a little less offensive, the nurse might have returned her a pleasant answer. These old-time negroes, she said to herself, made her sick with her slavering over the white folks, who, she supposed, favored them and made much of them because they had once belonged to them. Much the same reason why they fondled their cats and dogs. For her own part, they gave her nothing but her wages, and small wages at that, and she owed them nothing more than equivalent service. It was purely a matter of business. She sold her time for their money. There was no question of love between them. Receiving a negative answer from Mrs. Carteret, she left the room without a word, ignoring Mammy Jane completely, and leaving that venerable relic of antebellum times gasping in helpless astonishment. "Well, I never!" she ejaculated as soon as she could get her breath. "Ef dat ain't de beatenis' performance I ever seed er heared of! Dese yer young niggers ain't got de manners dey was bawn wid. I don' know w'at dey comin' to w'en dey ain't got no mo' respec' fer ole age. I don' know. I don' know." "Now what are you croaking about, Jane?" asked Major Carteret, who came into the room and took the child into his arms. Mammy Jane hobbled to her feet and bobbed a curtsy. She was never lacking in respect to white people of proper quality, but Major Carteret, the quintessence of aristocracy, called out all her reserves of deference. The major was always kind and considerate to these old family retainers, brought up in the feudal atmosphere now so rapidly passing away. Mammy Jane loved Mrs. Carteret. Toward the major she entertained a feeling bordering upon awe. "Well, Jane," returned the major sadly, when the old nurse had related her grievance, "the old times have vanished, the old ties have been ruptured. The old relations of dependence and loyal obedience on the part of the colored people, the responsibility of protection and kindness upon that of the whites, have passed away forever. The young negroes are too self-assertive. Education is spoiling them, Jane. They have been badly taught. They are not content with their station in life. Sometime they will overstep the mark. The white people are patient, but there is a limit to their endurance." "Dat's w'at I tells dese young niggers," groaned Mammy Jane, with a portentous shake of her turbaned head, "w'en I hears 'em gwine on wid dey foolishness. But dey don't min' me. Dey 'lows dey knows mo' 'n I does, 'cause dey be'n l'arnt ter look in a book. But, pshaw! My ole mistiss showed me mo' 'n dem niggers 'll l'arn in 1,000 years. I's fetched my gran'son Jerry up ter be humble an' keep in his place, an' I tells dese other niggers dat ef dey'd do de same, an' not crowd de w'ite folks, dey'd git 'nuff ter eat an' live out dey days in peace an' comfort. But dey don't min' me, dey don't min' me." "If all the colored people were like you and Jerry, Jane," rejoined the major kindly, "there would never be any trouble. You have friends upon whom, in time of need, you can rely implicitly for protection and succor. You served your mistress faithfully before the war. You remained by her when the other negroes were running hither and thither like sheep without a shepherd. And you have transferred your allegiance to my wife and her child. We think a great deal of you, Jane." "Yes, indeed, Mammy Jane," assented Mrs. Carteret with sincere affection, glancing with moist eyes from the child in her husband's arms to the old nurse, whose dark face was glowing with happiness at these expressions of appreciation. "You shall never want so long as we have anything. We would share our last crust with you." "Thank you, Miss Livy," said Jane with reciprocal emotion. "I knows who my frien's is, an' I ain't gwine ter let nothin' worry me. But fer de Lawd's sake, Mars Philip, gimme dat chile an' lemme pat 'im on de back, er he'll choke hisse'f ter death." The old nurse had been the first to observe that little Dodie, for some reason, was gasping for breath. Catching the child from the major's arms, she patted it on the back and shook it gently. After a moment of this treatment, the child ceased to gasp, but still breathed heavily, with a strange whistling noise. "Oh, my child!" exclaimed the mother, in great alarm, taking the baby in her own arms. "What can be the matter with him, Mammy Jane?" "For de Lawd's sake, ma'am, I don't know, 'less he's swallered somethin', and he ain't had nothin' in his hands but de rattle Miss Polly give him." Mrs. Carteret caught up the ivory rattle, which hung suspended by a ribbon from the baby's neck. "He has swallowed the little piece off the end of the handle," she cried, turning pale with fear, "and it is lodged in his throat. Telephone Dr. Price to come immediately, Philip, before my baby chokes to death. Oh, my baby, my precious baby!" An anxious half hour passed, during which the child lay quiet, except for its labored breathing. The suspense was relieved by the arrival of Dr. Price, who examined the child carefully. "It's a curious accident," he announced at the close of his inspection. "So far as I can discover, the piece of ivory has been drawn into the trachea, or windpipe, and is lodged in the mouth of the right bronchus. I'll try to get it out without an operation, but I can't guarantee the result." At the end of another half hour, Dr. Price announced his inability to remove the obstruction without resorting to more serious measures. "I do not see," he declared, "how an operation can be avoided." "Will it be dangerous?" inquired the major anxiously, while Mrs. Carteret shivered at the thought. "It will be necessary to cut into his throat from the outside. All such operations are more or less dangerous, especially on small children. If this were some other child I might undertake the operation unassisted, but I know how you value this one, Major, and I should prefer to share the responsibility with a specialist." "Is there one in town?" asked the major. "No, but we can get one from out of town." "Send for the best one in the country," said the major, "who can be got here in time. Spare no expense, Dr. Price. We value this child above any earthly thing." "The best is the safest," replied Dr. Price. "I will send for Dr. Burns of Philadelphia, the best surgeon in that line in America. If he can start at once, he can reach here in 16 or 18 hours, and the case can wait even longer, if inflammation does not set in." The message was dispatched forthwith. By rare good fortune the eminent specialist was able to start within an hour or two after the receipt of Dr. Price's telegram. Meanwhile the baby remained restless and uneasy, the doctor spending most of his time by its side. Mrs. Carteret, who had never been quite strong since the child's birth, was a prey to the most agonizing apprehensions. Mammy Jane, while not presuming to question the opinion of Dr. Price, and not wishing to add to her mistress's distress, was secretly oppressed by forebodings which she was unable to shake off. The child was born for bad luck. The mole under its ear, just at the point where the hangman's knot would strike, had foreshadowed dire misfortune. She had already observed several little things which had rendered her vaguely anxious. For instance, upon one occasion, on entering the room where the baby had been left alone, asleep in his crib, she had met a strange cat hurrying from the nursery, and, upon examining closely the pillow upon which the child lay, had found a depression which had undoubtedly been due to the weight of the cat's body. The child was restless and uneasy, and Jane had ever since believed that the cat had been sucking little Dodie's breath, with what might have been fatal results had she not appeared just in the nick of time. This untimely accident of the rattle, a fatality for which no one could be held responsible, had confirmed the unlucky omen. Jane's duties in the nursery did not permit her to visit her friend the conjure woman, but she did find time to go out in the back yard at dusk and to dig up the charm which she had planted there. It had protected the child so far, but perhaps its potency had become exhausted. She picked up the bottle, shook it vigorously, and then laid it back with the other side up. Refilling the hole, she made a cross over the top with the thumb of her left hand, and walked 3 times around it. What this strange symbolism meant, or whence it derived its origin, Aunt Jane did not know. The cross was there, and the Trinity, though Jane was scarcely conscious of these, at this moment, as religious emblems. But she hoped, on general principles, that this performance would strengthen the charm and restore little Dodie's luck. It certainly had its moral effect upon Jane's own mind, for she was able to sleep better, and contrived to impress Mrs. Carteret with her own hopefulness. End of Chapter 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 5. Of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 5. A Journey Southward. As the southbound train was leaving the station at Philadelphia, a gentleman took his seat in the single sleeping car attached to the train, and proceeded to make himself comfortable. He hung up his hat and opened his newspaper, in which he remained absorbed for a quarter of an hour. When the train had left the city behind, he threw the paper aside and looked around at the other occupants of the car. One of these, who had been on the car since it had left New York, rose from his seat upon perceiving the other's glance, and came down the aisle. "How do you do, Dr. Burns?" he said, stopping beside the seat of the Philadelphia passenger. The gentleman looked up at the speaker with an air of surprise, which, after the first keen, incisive glance, gave place to an expression of cordial recognition. "Why, it's Miller!" he exclaimed, rising and giving the other his hand. "William Miller. Dr. Miller, of course. Sit down, Miller, and tell me all about yourself, what you're doing, where you've been, and where you're going. I'm delighted to meet you, and to see you looking so well and so prosperous." "I deserve no credit for either, sir," returned the other, as he took the proffered seat, "for I inherited both health and prosperity. It is a fortunate chance that permits me to meet you." The two acquaintances, thus opportunely thrown together so that they might while away in conversation the tedium of their journey, represented very different and yet very similar types of manhood. A celebrated traveler, after many years spent in barbarous or savage lands, has said that among all varieties of mankind the similarities are vastly more important and fundamental than the differences. Looking at these two men with the American eye, the differences would perhaps be the more striking, or at least the more immediately apparent, for the first was white and the second black, or, more correctly speaking, brown. It was even a light brown, but both his swarthy complexion and his curly hair revealed what has been described in the laws of some of our states as a visible admixture of African blood. Having disposed of this difference, and having observed that the white man was perhaps 50 years of age, and the other not more than 30, it may be said that they were both tall and sturdy, both well dressed, the white man with perhaps a little more distinction. Both seemed from their faces and their manners to be men of culture and accustomed to the society of cultivated people. They were both handsome men, the elder representing a fine type of Anglo-Saxon, as the term is used in speaking of our composite white population, while the mulatto's erect form, broad shoulders, clear eyes, fine teeth, and pleasingly molded features showed nowhere any sign of that degeneration which the pessimist so sadly maintains is the inevitable heritage of mixed races. As to their personal relations, it has already appeared that they were members of the same profession. In past years they had been teacher and pupil. Dr. Alvin Burns was professor in the famous medical college where Miller had attended lectures. The professor had taken an interest in his only colored pupil, to whom he had been attracted by his earnestness of purpose, his evident talent, and his excellent manners and fine physique. It was in part due to Dr. Burns' friendship that Miller had won a scholarship which had enabled him, without drawing too heavily upon his father's resources, to spend in Europe, studying in the hospitals of Paris and Vienna, the two most delightful years of his life. The same influence had strengthened his natural inclination toward operative surgery, in which Dr. Burns was a distinguished specialist of national reputation. Miller's father, Adam Miller, had been a thrifty colored man, the son of a slave who, in the olden time, had bought himself with money which he had earned and saved, over and above what he had paid his master for his time. Adam Miller had inherited his father's thrift as well as his trade, which was that of a stevedore, or contractor for the loading and unloading of vessels at the port of Wellington. In the flush turpentine days following a few years after the Civil War, he had made money. His savings, shrewdly invested, had by constant accessions become a competence. He had brought up his eldest son to the trade, the other he had given a professional education, in the proud hope that his children or his grandchildren might be gentlemen in the town where their ancestors had once been slaves. Upon his father's death, shortly after Dr. Miller's return from Europe, and a year or two before the date at which this story opens, he had promptly spent part of his inheritance in founding a hospital, to which was to be added a training school for nurses, and in time perhaps a medical college and a school of pharmacy. He had been strongly tempted to leave the South, and seek a home for his family and a career for himself in the freer North, where race antagonism was less keen, or at least less oppressive, or in Europe, where he had never found his color work to his disadvantage. But his people had needed him, and he had wished to help them, and had sought by means of this institution to contribute to their uplifting. As he now informed Dr. Burns, he was returning from New York, where he had been in order to purchase equipment for his new hospital, which would soon be ready for the reception of patients. "How much I can accomplish I do not know," said Miller, "but I'll do what I can. There are 8 or 9 million of us, and it will take a great deal of learning, of all kinds, to leaven that lump." "It is a great problem, Miller, the future of your race," returned the other, "a tremendously interesting problem. It is a serial story which we are all reading, and which grows in vital interest with each successive installment. It is not only your problem, but ours. Your race must come up, or drag ours down." "We shall come up," declared Miller, slowly and painfully perhaps, "but we shall win our way. If our race had made as much progress everywhere as they have made in Wellington, the problem would be well on the way toward solution." "Wellington?" exclaimed Dr. Burns. "That's where I'm going. A Dr. Price of Wellington has sent for me to perform an operation on a child's throat. Do you know Dr. Price?" "Quite well," replied Miller. "He is a friend of mine." "So much the better. I shall want you to assist me. I read in the Medical Gazette the other day an account of a very interesting operation of yours. I felt proud to number you among my pupils. It was a remarkable case, a rare case. I must certainly have you with me in this one." "I shall be delighted, sir," returned Miller, "if it is agreeable to all concerned." Several hours were passed in pleasant conversation while the train sped rapidly southward. They were already far down in Virginia, and had stopped at a station beyond Richmond, when the conductor entered the car. "All passengers," he announced, "will please transfer to the day coaches ahead. The sleeper has a hot box and must be switched off here." Dr. Burns and Miller obeyed the order, the former leading the way into the coach immediately in front of the sleeping car. "Let's sit here, Miller," he said, having selected a seat near the rear of the car and deposited his suit case in a rack. "It's on the shady side." Miller stood a moment hesitatingly, but finally took the seat indicated, and a few minutes later the journey was again resumed. When the train conductor made his round after leaving the station, he paused at the seat occupied by the two doctors, glanced interrogatively at Miller, and then spoke to Dr. Burns, who sat in the end of the seat nearest the aisle. "This man is with you?" he asked, indicating Miller with a slight side movement of his head and a keen glance in his direction. "Certainly," replied Dr. Burns curtly and with some surprise. "Don't you see that he is?" The conductor passed on. Miller paid no apparent attention to this little interlude, though no syllable had escaped him. He resumed the conversation where it had been broken off, but nevertheless followed with his eyes the conductor, who stopped at a seat near the forward end of the car, and engaged in conversation with a man whom Miller had not hitherto noticed. As this passenger turned his head and looked back toward Miller, the latter saw a broad-shouldered, burly white man, and recognized in his square-cut jaw, his coarse, firm mouth, and the single gray eye with which he swept Miller for an instant with a scornful glance, a well-known character of Wellington, with whom the reader has already made acquaintance in these pages. Captain McBane wore a frock coat and a slouch hat. Several buttons of his vest were unbuttoned, and his solitaire diamond blazed in his soiled shirt front like the headlight of a locomotive. The conductor, in his turn, looked back at Miller and retraced his steps. Miller braced himself for what he feared was coming, though he had hoped, on account of his friend's presence, that it might be avoided. "Excuse me, sir," said the conductor, addressing Dr. Burns, "but did I understand you to say that this man was your servant?" "No, indeed," replied Dr. Burns indignantly. "The gentleman is not my servant, nor anybody's servant, but is my friend. But, by the way, since we are on the subject, may I ask what affair it is of yours?" "It's very much my affair," returned the conductor, somewhat nettled at this questioning of his authority. "I'm sorry to part friends, but the law of Virginia does not permit colored passengers to ride in the white cars. You'll have to go forward to the next coach," he added, addressing Miller this time. "I have paid my fare on the sleeping car, where the separate car law does not apply," remonstrated Miller. "I can't help that. You can doubtless get your money back from the sleeping car company, but this is a day coach, and is distinctly marked white, as you must have seen before you sat down here. The sign is put there for that purpose." He indicated a large card, neatly framed and hung at the end of the car, containing the legend "White" in letters about a foot long, painted in white upon a dark background, typical, one might suppose, of the distinction thereby indicated. "You shall not stir a step, Miller," exclaimed Dr. Burns wrathfully. "This is an outrage upon a citizen of a free country. You shall stay right here." "I'm sorry to discommode you," returned the conductor, "but there's no use kicking. It's the law of Virginia, and I am bound by it as well as you. I have already come near losing my place because of not enforcing it, and I can take no more such chances, since I have a family to support." "And my friend has his rights to maintain," returned Dr. Burns with determination. "There is a vital principle at stake in the matter." "Really, sir," argued the conductor, who was a man of peace and not fond of controversy, "there's no use talking. He absolutely cannot ride in this car." "How can you prevent it?" asked Dr. Burns, lapsing into the argumentative stage. "The law gives me the right to remove him by force. I can call on the train crew to assist me, or on the other passengers. If I should choose to put him off the train entirely, in the middle of a swamp, he would have no redress. The law so provides. If I did not wish to use force, I could simply switch this car off at the next siding, transfer the white passengers to another, and leave you and your friend in possession, until you were arrested and fined or imprisoned." "What he says is absolutely true, Doctor," interposed Miller at this point. "It is the law, and we are powerless to resist it. If we made any trouble, it would merely delay your journey and imperil a life at the other end. I'll go into the other car." "You shall not go alone," said Dr. Burns stoutly, rising in his turn. "A place that is too good for you is not good enough for me. I will sit wherever you do." "I'm sorry again," said the conductor, who had quite recovered his equanimity, and, calmly conscious of his power, could scarcely restrain an amused smile. "I dislike to interfere, but white passengers are not permitted to ride in the colored car." "This is an outrage," declared Dr. Burns. "A damned outrage. You are curtailing the rights not only of colored people, but of white men as well. I shall sit where I please." "I warn you, sir," rejoined the conductor, hardening again, "that the law will be enforced. The beauty of the system lies in its strict impartiality. It applies to both races alike." "And is equally infamous in both cases," declared Dr. Burns. "I shall immediately take steps." "Never mind, doctor," interrupted Miller soothingly. "It's only for a little while. I'll reach my destination just as surely in the other car, and we can't help it anyway. I'll see you again at Wellington." Dr. Burns, finding resistance futile, at length acquiesced, and made way for Miller to pass him. The colored doctor took up his valise and crossed the platform to the car ahead. It was an old car, with faded upholstery, from which the stuffing projected here and there through torn places. Apparently the floor had not been swept for several days. The dust lay thick upon the window sills, and the water cooler, from which he essayed to get a drink, was filled with stale water which had made no recent acquaintance with ice. There was no other passenger in the car, and Miller occupied himself in making a rough calculation of what it would cost the Southern railroads to haul a whole car for every colored passenger. It was expensive, to say the least. It would be cheaper, and quite as considerate of their feelings, to make the negroes walk. The car was conspicuously labeled at either end with large cards, similar to those in the other car, except that they bore the word "Colored" in black letters upon a white background. The author of this piece of legislation had contrived, with an ingenuity worthy of a better cause, that not merely should the passengers be separated by the color line, but that the reason for this division should be kept constantly in mind. Lest a white man should forget that he was white, not a very likely contingency, these cards would keep him constantly admonished of the fact. Should a colored person endeavor for a moment to lose sight of his disability, these staring signs would remind him continually that between him and the rest of mankind not of his own color there was by law a great gulf fixed. Having composed himself, Miller had opened a newspaper, and was deep in an editorial which set forth in glowing language the inestimable advantages which would follow to certain recently acquired islands by the introduction of American liberty, when the rear door of the car opened to give entrance to Captain George McBane, who took a seat near the door and lit a cigar. Miller knew him quite well by sight and by reputation, and detested him as heartily. He represented the aggressive, offensive element among the white people of the New South, who made it hard for a negro to maintain his self-respect, or to enjoy even the rights conceded to colored men by Southern laws. McBane had undoubtedly identified him to the conductor in the other car. Miller had no desire to thrust himself upon the society of white people, which indeed, to one who had traveled so much and so far, was no novelty. But he very naturally resented being at this late day (the law had been in operation only a few months) branded and tagged and set apart from the rest of mankind upon the public highways, like an unclean thing. Nevertheless, he preferred even this to the exclusive society of Captain George McBane. "Porter," he demanded of the colored train attaché, who passed through the car a moment later, "is this a smoking car for white men?" "No, suh," replied the porter, "but they comes in here sometimes when they ain' no colored ladies in the car." "Well, I have paid first class fare, and I object to that man smoking in here. You tell him to go out." "I'll tell the conductor, suh," returned the porter in a low tone. "I'd just as soon talk to the devil as to that man." The white man had spread himself over two seats, and was smoking vigorously, from time to time spitting carelessly in the aisle, when the conductor entered the compartment. "Captain," said Miller, "this car is plainly marked colored. I have paid first class fare, and I object to riding in a smoking car." "All right," returned the conductor, frowning irritably, "I'll speak to him." He walked over to the white passenger with whom he was evidently acquainted, since he addressed him by name. "Captain McBane," he said, It's against the law for you to ride in the nigger car." "Who are you talking to?" returned the other. "I'll ride where I damn please." "Yes, sir, but the colored passenger objects. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to go into the smoking car." "The hell you say!" rejoined McBane. "I'll leave this car when I get good and ready, and that won't be till I finish this cigar, see?" He was as good as his word. The conductor escaped from the car before Miller had time for further expostulation. Finally, McBane, having thrown the stump of his cigar into the aisle, and added to the floor a finishing touch in the way of expectoration, rose and went back into the white car. Left alone in his questionable glory, Miller buried himself again in his newspaper, from which he did not look up until the engine stopped at a tank station to take water. As the train came to a standstill, a huge negro, covered thickly with dust, crawled off one of the rear trucks unobserved, and ran round the rear end of the car to a watering trough by a neighboring well. Moved either by extreme thirst or by the fear that his time might be too short to permit him to draw a bucket of water, he threw himself down by the trough, drank long and deep, and, plunging his head into the water, shook himself like a wet dog, and crept furtively back to his dangerous perch. Miller, who had seen this man from the car window, had noticed a very singular thing. As the dusty tramp passed the rear coach, he cast toward it a glance of intense ferocity. Up to that moment the man's face, which Miller had recognized under its grimy coating, had been that of an ordinarily good-natured, somewhat reckless, pleasure-loving negro, at present rather the worse for wear. The change that now came over it suggested a concentrated hatred almost uncanny in its murderousness. With awakened curiosity, Miller followed the direction of the negro's glance, and saw that it rested upon a window, where Captain McBane sat looking out. When Miller looked back, the negro had disappeared. At the next station a Chinaman, of the ordinary laundry type, boarded the train and took his seat in the white car without objection. At another point a colored nurse found a place with her mistress. "White people," said Miller to himself, who had seen these passengers from the window, "do not object to the negro as a servant. As the traditional negro, the servant, he is welcomed. As an equal, he is repudiated." Miller was something of a philosopher. He had long ago had the conclusion forced upon him that an educated man of his race, in order to live comfortably in the United States, must be either a philosopher or a fool, and since he wished to be happy and was not exactly a fool, he had cultivated philosophy. By and by he saw a white man, with a dog, enter the rear coach. Miller wondered whether the dog would be allowed to ride with his master, and if not, what disposition would be made of him. He was a handsome dog, and Miller, who was fond of animals, would not have objected to the company of a dog, as a dog. He was, nevertheless, conscious of a queer sensation when he saw the porter take the dog by the collar and start in his own direction, and felt consciously relieved when the canine passenger was taken on past him into the baggage car ahead. Miller's hand was hanging over the arm of his seat, and the dog, an intelligent shepherd, licked it as he passed. Miller was not entirely sure that he would not have liked the porter to leave the dog there. He was a friendly dog, and seemed inclined to be sociable. Toward evening the train drew up at a station where quite a party of farm laborers, fresh from their daily toil, swarmed out from the conspicuously labeled colored waiting room, and into the car with Miller. They were a jolly, good-natured crowd, and, free from the embarrassing presence of white people, proceeded to enjoy themselves after their own fashion. Here an amorous fellow sat with his arm around a buxom girl's waist. A musically inclined individual, his talents did not go far beyond inclination, produced a mouth organ and struck a tune, to which a limber leg boy danced in the aisle. They were noisy, loquacious, happy, dirty, and malodorous. For a while Miller was amused and pleased. They were his people, and he felt a certain expansive warmth toward them, in spite of their obvious shortcomings. By and by, however, the air became too close, and he went out upon the platform. For the sake of the democratic ideal, which meant so much to his race, he might have endured the affliction. He could easily imagine that people of refinement, with the power in their hands, might be tempted to strain the democratic ideal in order to avoid such contact. But personally, and apart from the mere matter of racial sympathy, these people were just as offensive to him as to the whites in the other end of the train. Surely, if a classification of passengers on trains was at all desirable, it might be made upon some more logical and considerate basis than a mere arbitrary, tactless, and by the very nature of things brutal drawing of a color line. It was a veritable bed of Procrustes, this standard which the whites had set for the negroes. Those who grew above it must have their heads cut off, figuratively speaking, must be forced back to the level assigned to their race. Those who fell beneath the standard set had their necks stretched, literally enough, as the ghastly record in the daily papers gave conclusive evidence. Miller breathed more freely when the lively crowd got off at the next station, after a short ride. Moreover, he had a light heart, a conscience void of offense, and was only 30 years old. His philosophy had become somewhat jaded on this journey, but he pulled it together for a final effort. Was it not, after all, a wise provision of nature that had given to a race, destined to a long servitude and a slow emergence therefrom, a cheerfulness of spirit which enabled them to catch pleasure on the wing and endure with equanimity the ills that seemed inevitable? The ability to live and thrive under adverse circumstances is the surest guarantee of the future. The race which at the last shall inherit the earth, the residuary legatee of civilization, will be the race which remains longest upon it. The negro was here before the Anglo-Saxon was evolved, and his thick lips and heavy-lidded eyes looked out from the inscrutable face of the Sphinx across the sands of Egypt, while yet the ancestors of those who now oppress him were living in caves, practicing human sacrifice, and painting themselves with woad, and the negro is here yet. "Blessed are the meek," quoted Miller at the end of Consoling Reflections, "for they shall inherit the earth." If this be true, the negro may yet come into his estate, for meekness seems to be set apart as his portion. The journey came to an end just as the sun had sunk into the west. Simultaneously with Miller's exit from the train, a great black figure crawled off the trucks of the rear car on the side opposite the station platform. Stretching and shaking himself with a free gesture, the black man, seeing himself unobserved, moved somewhat stiffly round the end of the car to the station platform. "For de Lawd," he muttered, "ef I hadn't had a charmed life, I'd 'a' never got here on dat ticket, an' dat's a fac', it sho' am. I kinder 'lowed I wuz gone a dozen times, ez it wuz. But I got my job to do in dis worl', an' I knows I ain't gwine ter die till I've 'complished it. I jes' want one mo' look at dat man, an' den I'll hafter git somethin' ter eat, fer 2 raw turnips in 12 hours is slim pickin's fer a man of my size." End of Chapter 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 6 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 6. Janet. As the train drew up at the station platform, Dr. Price came forward from the white waiting room and stood expectantly by the door of the white coach. Miller, having left his car, came down the platform in time to intercept Burns as he left the train, and to introduce him to Dr. Price. "My carriage is in waiting," said Dr. Price. "I should have liked to have you at my own house, but my wife is out of town. We have a good hotel, however, and you will doubtless find it more convenient." "You are very kind, Dr. Price." "Miller, won't you come up and dine with me?" "Thank you, no," said Miller. "I'm expected at home. My wife and child are waiting for me in the buggy yonder by the platform." "Oh, very well. Of course you must go, but don't forget our appointment." "Let's see, Dr. Price. I can eat and get ready in half an hour. That will make it." "I have asked several of the local physicians to be present at 8 o'clock," said Dr. Price. "The case can safely wait until then." "Very well, Miller. Be on hand at 8. I shall expect you without fail. Where shall he come, Dr. Price?" "To the residence of Major Philip Carteret, on Vine Street." "I have invited Dr. Miller to be present and assist in the operation," Dr. Burns continued, as they drove toward the hotel. "He was a favorite pupil of mine, and is a credit to the profession. I presume you saw his article in the Medical Gazette?" "Yes, and I assisted him in the case," returned Dr. Price. "It was a colored lad, one of his patients, and he called me in to help him. He is a capable man, and very much liked by the white physicians." Miller's wife and child were waiting for him in fluttering anticipation. He kissed them both as he climbed into the buggy. "We came at 4 o'clock," said Mrs. Miller, a handsome young woman, who might be anywhere between 25 and 30, and whose complexion, in the twilight, was not distinguishable from that of a white person. "But the train was late 2 hours," they said. "We came back at 6 and have been waiting ever since." "Yes, papa," piped the child, a little boy of 6 or 7, who sat between them, "and I'm very hungry." Miller felt very much elated as he drove homeward through the twilight. By his side sat the two persons whom he loved best in all the world. His affairs were prosperous. Upon opening his office in the city, he had been received by the members of his own profession with a cordiality generally frank, and in no case much reserved. The colored population of the city was large, but in the main poor, and the white physicians were not unwilling to share this unprofitable practice with a colored doctor worthy of confidence. In the intervals of the work upon his hospital, he had built up a considerable practice among his own people, but except in the case of some poor unfortunate whose pride had been lost in poverty or sin, no white patient had ever called upon him for treatment. He knew very well the measure of his powers. A liberal education had given him opportunity to compare himself with other men, and was secretly conscious that in point of skill and knowledge he did not suffer by comparison with any other physician in the town. He liked to believe that the race antagonism which hampered his progress and that of his people was a mere temporary thing, the outcome of former conditions, and bound to disappear in time, and that when a colored man should demonstrate to the community in which he lived that he possessed character and power, that community would find a way in which to enlist his services for the public good. He had already made himself useful, and had received many kind words and other marks of appreciation. He was now offered a further confirmation of his theory. Having recognized his skill, the white people were now ready to take advantage of it. Any lurking doubt he may have felt when first invited by Dr. Burns to participate in the operation had been dispelled by Dr. Price's prompt acquiescence. On the way homeward, Miller told his wife of this appointment. She was greatly interested. She was herself a mother, with an only child. Moreover, there was a stronger impulse than mere humanity to draw her toward the stricken mother. Janet had a tender heart, and could have loved this white sister, her sole living relative of whom she knew. All her life long she had yearned for a kind word, a nod, a smile, the least thing that imagination might have twisted into a recognition of the tie between them. But it had never come. And yet Janet was not angry. She was of a forgiving temper. She could never bear malice. She was educated, had read many books, and appreciated to the full the social forces arrayed against any such recognition as she had dreamed of. Of the two barriers between them, a man might have forgiven the one. A woman would not be likely to overlook either the bar sinister or the difference of race, even to the slight extent of a silent recognition. Blood is thicker than water, but if it flow too far from conventional channels, may turn to gall and wormwood. Nevertheless, when the heart speaks, reason falls into the background, and Janet would have worshiped this sister even afar off had she received even the slightest encouragement. So strong was this weakness that she had been angry with herself for her lack of pride, or even of a decent self-respect. It was, she sometimes thought, the heritage of her mother's race, and she was ashamed of it as part of the taint of slavery. She had never acknowledged, even to her husband, from whom she concealed nothing else, her secret thoughts upon this lifelong sorrow. This silent grief was nature's penalty, or society's revenge, for whatever heritage of beauty or intellect or personal charm had come to her with her father's blood. For she had received no other inheritance. Her sister was rich by right of her birth. If Janet had been fortunate, her good fortune had not been due to any provision made for her by her white father. She knew quite well how passionately, for many years, her proud sister had longed and prayed in vain for the child which had at length brought joy into her household, and she could feel, by sympathy, all the sickening suspense with which the child's parents must await the result of this dangerous operation. "Oh, Will," she adjured her husband anxiously when he had told her of the engagement, "you must be very careful. Think of the child's poor mother. Think of your own dear child, and what it would mean to lose him." End of Chapter 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 7 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 7. The Operation. Dr. Price was not entirely at ease in his mind as the two doctors drove rapidly from the hotel to Major Carteret's. Himself a liberal man, from his point of view he saw no reason why a colored doctor might not operate upon a white male child. There are fine distinctions in the application of the color line, but several other physicians had been invited, some of whom were men of old-fashioned notions, who might not relish such an innovation. This, however, was but a small difficulty compared with what might be feared from Major Carteret himself, for he knew Carteret's unrelenting hostility to anything that savored of recognition of the negro as the equal of white men. It was traditional in Wellington that no colored person had ever entered the front door of the Carteret residence, and that the luckless individual who once presented himself there upon alleged business and resented being ordered to the back door had been unceremoniously thrown over the piazza railing into a rather thorny clump of rose bushes below. If Miller were going as a servant, to hold a basin or a sponge, there would be no difficulty, but as a surgeon, well, he wouldn't borrow trouble. Under the circumstances the major might yield a point. But as they neared the house, the major's unyielding disposition loomed up formidably. Perhaps if the matter were properly presented to Dr. Burns, he might consent to withdraw the invitation. It was not yet too late to send Miller a note. "By the way, Dr. Burns," he said, "I'm very friendly to Dr. Miller, and should personally like to have him with us to night. But I ought to have told you this before, but I couldn't very well do so on such short notice, in Miller's presence. We are a conservative people, and our local customs are not very flexible. We jog along in much the same old way our fathers did. I'm not at all sure that Major Carteret or the other gentleman would consent to the presence of a negro doctor." "I think you misjudge your own people," returned Dr. Burns. "They are broader than you think. We have our prejudices against the negro at the North, but we do not let them stand in the way of anything that we want. At any rate, it is too late now, and I will accept the responsibility. If the question is raised, I will attend to it. When I am performing an operation, I must be aut Caesar, aut nullus." Dr. Price was not reassured, but he had done his duty and felt the reward of virtue. If there should be trouble, he would not be responsible. Moreover, there was a large fee at stake, and Dr. Burns was not likely to prove too obdurate. They were soon at Carteret's, where they found assembled the several physicians invited by Dr. Price. These were successively introduced as Doctors Dudley, Hooper, and Ash, all of whom were gentlemen of good standing, socially and in their profession, and considered it a high privilege to witness so delicate an operation at the hands of so eminent a member of their profession. Major Carteret entered the room, and was duly presented to the famous specialist. Carteret's anxious look lightened somewhat at sight of the array of talent present. It suggested, of course, the gravity of the impending event, but gave assurance of all the skill and care which science could afford. Dr. Burns was shown to the nursery, from which he returned in 5 minutes. "The case is ready," he announced. "Are the gentlemen all present?" "I believe so," answered Dr. Price quickly. Miller had not yet arrived. Perhaps, thought Dr. Price, a happy accident or some imperative call had detained him. This would be fortunate indeed. Dr. Burns' square jaw had a very determined look. It would be a pity if any acrimonious discussion should arise on the eve of a delicate operation. If the clock on the mantel would only move faster, the question might never come up. "I don't see Dr. Miller," observed Dr. Burns, looking around the room. "I asked him to come at 8. There are 10 minutes yet." Major Carteret looked up with a sudden frown. "May I ask to whom you refer?" he inquired in an ominous tone. The other gentlemen showed signs of interest, not to say emotion. Dr. Price smiled quizzically. "Dr. Miller, of your city. He was one of my favorite pupils. He is also a graduate of the Vienna hospitals and a surgeon of unusual skill. I have asked him to assist in the operation." Every eye was turned toward Carteret, whose crimson face had set in a look of grim determination. "The person to whom you refer is a negro, I believe?" he said. "He is a colored man, certainly," returned Dr. Burns, "though one would never think of his color after knowing him well." "I do not know, sir," returned Carteret with an effort at self control, "what the customs of Philadelphia or Vienna may be, but in the South we do not call negro doctors to attend white patients. I could not permit a negro to enter my house upon such an errand." "I am here, sir," replied Dr. Burns with spirit, "to perform a certain operation. Since I assume the responsibility, the case must be under my entire control, otherwise I cannot operate." "Gentlemen," interposed Dr. Price smoothly, "I beg of you both. This is a matter for calm discussion, and any asperity is to be deplored. The life at stake here should not be imperiled by any consideration of minor importance." "Your humanity does you credit, sir," retorted Dr. Burns, "but other matters, too, are important. I have invited this gentleman here. My professional honor is involved, and I merely invoke my rights to maintain it. It is a matter of principle, which ought not to give way to a mere prejudice." "That also states the case for Major Carteret," rejoined Dr. Price suavely. "He has certain principles, call them prejudices if you like, certain inflexible rules of conduct by which he regulates his life. One of these, which he shares with us all in some degree, forbids the recognition of the negro as a social equal." "I do not know what Miller's social value may be," replied Dr. Burns stoutly, "or whether you gain or lose by your attitude toward him. I have invited him here in a strictly professional capacity, with which his color is not at all concerned." "Dr. Burns does not quite appreciate Major Carteret's point of view," said Dr. Price. "This is not with him an unimportant matter, or a mere question of prejudice, or even of personal taste. It is a sacred principle, lying at the very root of our social order, involving the purity and prestige of our race. You Northern gentlemen do not quite appreciate our situation. If you lived here a year or two ago you would act as we do. Of course," he added, diplomatically, "if there were no alternative, if Dr. Burns were willing to put Dr. Miller's presence on the ground of imperative necessity." "I do nothing of the kind, sir," retorted Dr. Burns with some heat. I have not come all the way from Philadelphia to undertake an operation which I cannot perform without the aid of some particular physician. I merely stand upon my professional rights." Carteret was deeply agitated. The operation must not be deferred. His child's life might be endangered by delay. If the negro's presence were indispensable, he would even submit to it, though, in order to avoid so painful a necessity, he would rather humble himself to the Northern doctor. The latter course involved merely a personal sacrifice, the former a vital principle. Perhaps there was another way of escape. Miller's presence could not but be distasteful to Mrs. Carteret for other reasons. Miller's wife was the living evidence of a painful episode in Mrs. Carteret's family, which the doctor's presence would inevitably recall. Once before, Mrs. Carteret's life had been endangered by encountering, at a time of great nervous strain, this ill-born sister and her child. She was even now upon the verge of collapse at the prospect of her child's suffering, and should be protected from the intrusion of any idea which might add to her distress. "Dr. Burns," he said, with the suave courtesy which was part of his inheritance, "I beg your pardon for my heat, and throw myself upon your magnanimity. As between white men—" "I am a gentleman, sir, before I am a white man," interposed Dr. Burns, slightly mollified, however, by Carteret's change of manner. "The terms should be synonymous," Carteret could not refrain from saying. "As between white men and gentlemen, I say to you, frankly, that there are vital personal reasons, apart from Dr. Miller's color, why his presence in this house would be distasteful. With this statement, sir, I throw myself upon your mercy. My child's life is worth more to me than any earthly thing, and I must be governed by your decision." Dr. Burns was plainly wavering. The clock moved with provoking slowness. Miller would be there in 5 minutes. "May I speak with you privately a moment, doctor?" asked Dr. Price. They withdrew from the room, and were engaged in conversation for a few moments. Dr. Burns finally yielded. "I shall, nevertheless, feel humiliated when I meet Miller again," he said. "But of course if there is a personal question involved, that alters the situation. Had it been merely a matter of color, I should have maintained my position. As things stand, I wash my hands of the whole affair, so far as Miller is concerned, like Pontius Pilate. Yes, indeed, sir, I feel very much like that individual." "I'll explain the matter to Miller," returned Dr. Price amiably, "and make it all right with him. We Southern people understand the negroes better than you do, sir. Why should we not? They have been constantly under our interested observation for several hundred years. You feel this vastly more than Miller will. He knows the feeling of the white people, and is accustomed to it. He wishes to live and do business here, and is quite too shrewd to antagonize his neighbors or come where he is not wanted. He is, in fact, too much of a gentleman to do so." "I shall leave the explanation to you entirely," rejoined Dr. Burns, as they re entered the other room. Carteret led the way to the nursery, where the operation was to take place. Dr. Price lingered for a moment. Miller was not likely to be behind the hour, if he came at all, and it would be well to head him off before the operation began. Scarcely had the rest left the room when the doorbell sounded, and a servant announced Dr. Miller. Dr. Price stepped into the hall and met Miller face to face. He had meant to state the situation to Miller frankly, but now that the moment had come he wavered. He was a fine physician, but he shrank from strenuous responsibilities. It had been easy to theorize about the negro. It was more difficult to look this man in the eyes, whom at this moment he felt to be as essentially a gentleman as himself, and tell him the humiliating truth. As a physician his method was to ease pain. He would rather take the risk of losing a patient from the use of an anaesthetic than from the shock of an operation. He liked Miller, wished him well, and would not willingly wound his feelings. He really thought him too much of a gentleman for the town, in view of the restrictions with which he must inevitably be hampered. There was something melancholy to a cultivated mind about a sensitive, educated man who happened to be off color. Such a person was a sort of social misfit, an odd quantity, educated out of his own class, with no possible hope of entrance into that above it. He felt quite sure that if he had been in Miller's place he would never have settled in the South. He would have moved to Europe, or to the West Indies, or some Central or South American state where questions of color were not regarded as vitally important. Dr. Price did not like to lie, even to a negro. To a man of his own caste his word was his bond. If it were painful to lie, it would be humiliating to be found out. The principle of noblesse oblige was also involved in the matter. His claim of superiority to the colored doctor rested fundamentally upon the fact that he was white and Miller was not. And yet this superiority, for which he could claim no credit, since he had not made himself, was the very breath of his nostrils. He would not have changed places with the other for wealth untold, and as a gentleman he would not care to have another gentleman, even a colored man, catch him in a lie. Of this, however, there was scarcely any danger. A word to the other surgeons would insure their corroboration of whatever he might tell Miller. No one of them would willingly wound Dr. Miller or embarrass Dr. Price. Indeed, they need not know that Miller had come in time for the operation. "I'm sorry, Miller," he said with apparent regret, "but we were ahead of time, and the case took a turn which would admit of no delay, so that the gentleman went in. Dr. Burns is with the patient now, and asked me to explain why we did not wait for you." "I'm sorry, too," returned Miller, regretfully, but nothing doubting. He was well aware that in such cases danger might attend upon delay. He had lost his chance, through no fault of his own, or of any one else. "I hope that all is well," he said hesitatingly, not sure whether he would be asked to remain. "All is well so far. Step round to my office in the morning, Miller, or come in when you're passing, and I'll tell you the details." This was tantamount to a dismissal, so Miller took his leave. Descending the doorsteps, he stood for a moment, undecided whether to return home or to go to the hotel and await the return of Dr. Burns, when he heard his name called from the house in a low tone. "Oh, doctor!" He stepped back toward the door, outside of which stood the colored servant who had just let him out. "That's all a lie, doctor," he whispered, "'bout the operation being already performed. Dey all had just gone in the minute before you come. Dr. Price hadn't even gotten out the room. Dey been quarrelling 'bout you for the last half hour. Major Carteret say he wouldn't have you, and the Northern doctor say he wouldn't do nothin' widout you, and Dr. Price he joined in on both sides, and they had it hot and heavy, nip and tuck, till by Major Carteret up and say it wasn't altogether yo' color he objected to, and wid dat the Northern doctor give in. He's a fine man, suh, but dey was too much for him." "Thank you, Sam, I'm much obliged," returned Miller mechanically. "One likes to know the truth." Truth, it has been said, is mighty, and must prevail, but it sometimes leaves a bad taste in the mouth. In the ordinary course of events, Miller would not have anticipated such an invitation, and for that reason had appreciated it all the more. The rebuff came with a corresponding shock. He had the heart of a man, the sensibilities of a cultivated gentleman. The one was sore, the other deeply wounded. He was not altogether sure, upon reflection, whether he blamed Dr. Price very much for the amiable lie, which had been meant to spare his feelings, or thanked Sam a great deal for the unpalatable truth. Janet met him at the door. "How is the baby?" she asked excitedly. "Dr. Price says he is doing well." "What is the matter, Will, and why are you back so soon?" He would have spared her the story, but she was a woman, and would have it. He was wounded, too, and wanted sympathy, of which Janet was an exhaustless fountain. So he told her what had happened. She comforted him after the manner of a loving woman, and felt righteously indignant toward her sister's husband, who had thus been instrumental in the humiliation of her own. Her anger did not embrace her sister, and yet she felt obscurely that their unacknowledged relationship had been the malignant force which had given her husband pain, and defeated his honorable ambition. When Dr. Price entered the nursery, Dr. Burns was leaning attentively over the operating table. The implements needed for the operation were all in readiness, the knives, the basin, the sponge, the materials for dressing the wound, all the ghastly paraphernalia of vivisection. Mrs. Carteret had been banished to another room, where Clara vainly attempted to soothe her. Old Mammy Jane, still burdened by her fears, fervently prayed the good Lord to spare the life of the sweet little grandson of her dear old mistress. Dr. Burns had placed his ear to the child's chest, which had been bared for the incision. Dr. Price stood ready to administer the anaesthetic. Little Dodie looked up with a faint expression of wonder, as if dimly conscious of some unusual event. The major shivered at the thought of what the child must undergo. "There's a change in his breathing," said Dr. Burns, lifting his head. "The whistling noise is less pronounced, and he breathes easier. The obstruction seems to have shifted." Applying his ear again to the child's throat, he listened for a moment intently, and then picking the baby up from the table, gave it a couple of sharp claps between the shoulders. Simultaneously a small object shot out from the child's mouth, struck Dr. Price in the neighborhood of his waistband, and then rattled lightly against the floor. Whereupon the baby, as though conscious of his narrow escape, smiled and gurgled, and, reaching upward, clutched the doctor's whiskers with his little hand, which, according to old Jane, had a stronger grip than any other infant's in Wellington. End of Chapter 7. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 8 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 8. The Campaign Drags. The campaign for white supremacy was dragging. Carteret had set out, in the columns of the Morning Chronicle, all the reasons why this movement, inaugurated by the three men who had met, 6 months before, at the office of the Chronicle, should be supported by the white public. Negro citizenship was a grotesque farce. Sambo and Dinah, raised from the kitchen to the cabinet, were a spectacle to make the gods laugh. The laws by which it had been sought to put the negroes on a level with the whites must be swept away in theory, as they had failed in fact. If it were impossible, without a further education of public opinion, to secure the repeal of the 15th Amendment, it was at least the solemn duty of the state to endeavor, through its own constitution, to escape from the domination of a weak and incompetent electorate, and confine the negro to that inferior condition for which nature had evidently designed him. In spite of the force and intelligence with which Carteret had expressed these and similar views, they had not met the immediate response anticipated. There were thoughtful men, willing to let well enough alone, who saw no necessity for such a movement. They believed that peace, prosperity, and popular education offered a surer remedy for social ills than the reopening of issues supposed to have been settled. There were timid men who shrank from civic strife. There were busy men who had something else to do. There were a few fair men, prepared to admit, privately, that a class constituting half to two-thirds of the population were fairly entitled to some representation in the law-making bodies. Perhaps there might have been found somewhere in the state a single white man ready to concede that all men were entitled to equal rights before the law. That there were some white men who had learned little and forgotten nothing goes without saying, for knowledge and wisdom are not impartially distributed among even the most favored race. There were ignorant and vicious negroes, and they had a monopoly of neither ignorance nor crime, for there were prosperous negroes and poverty-stricken whites. Until Carteret and his committee began their baleful campaign, the people of the state were living in peace and harmony. The anti-negro legislation in more Southern States, with large negro majorities, had awakened scarcely an echo in this State, with a population two-thirds white. Even the triumph of the Fusion party had not been regarded as a race issue. It remained for Carteret and his friends to discover, with inspiration from whatever supernatural source the discriminating reader may elect, that the darker race, docile by instinct, humbled by training, patiently waiting upon its as yet uncertain destiny, was an incubus, a corpse chained to the body politic, and that the negro vote was a source of danger to the State, no matter how cast or by whom directed. To discuss means for counteracting this apathy, a meeting of the Big Three, as they had begun to designate themselves jocularly, was held at the office of the Morning Chronicle, on the next day but one after little Dodie's fortunate escape from the knife. "It seems," said General Belmont, opening the discussion, "as though we had undertaken more than we can carry through. It is clear that we must reckon on opposition, both at home and abroad. If we are to hope for success, we must extend the lines of our campaign. The North, as well as our own people, must be convinced that we have right upon our side. We are conscious of the purity of our motives, but we should avoid even the appearance of evil." McBane was tapping the floor impatiently with his foot during this harangue. "I don't see the use," he interrupted, "of so much beating about the bush. We may as well be honest about this thing. We are going to put the niggers down because we want to, and think we can. So why waste our time in mere pretense? I'm no hypocrite myself. If I want a thing, I take it, provided I'm strong enough." "My dear captain," resumed the general, with biting suavity, "your frankness does you credit. An honest man's the noblest work of God. But we cannot carry on politics in these degenerate times without a certain amount of diplomacy. In the good old days, when your father was alive, and perhaps nowadays in the discipline of convicts, direct and simple methods might be safely resorted to. But this is a modern age, and in dealing with so fundamental a right as the suffrage, we must profess a decent regard for the opinions of even that misguided portion of mankind which may not agree with us. This is the age of crowds, and we must have the crowd with us." The captain flushed at the allusion to his father's calling, at which he took more offense than at the mention of his own. He knew perfectly well that these old aristocrats, while reaping the profits of slavery, had despised the instruments by which they were attained, the poor white overseer only less than the black slave. McBane was rich. He lived in Wellington, but he had never been invited to the home of either General Belmont or Major Carteret, nor asked to join the club of which they were members. His face, therefore, wore a distinct scowl, and his single eye glowed ominously. He would help these fellows carry the state for white supremacy, and then he would have his innings. He would have more to say than they dreamed, as to who should fill the offices under the New Deal. Men of no better birth or breeding than he had represented Southern States in Congress since the war. Why should he not run for governor, representative, whatever he chose? He had money enough to buy out half a dozen of these broken-down aristocrats, and money was all-powerful. "You see, Captain," the general went on, looking McBane smilingly and unflinchingly in the eye, "we need white immigration. We need Northern capital. A good name is better than great riches, and we must prove our cause a righteous one." "We must be armed at all points," added Carteret, "and prepared for defense as well as for attack. We must make our campaign a national one." "For instance," resumed the general, "you, Carteret, represent the Associated Press. Through your hands passes all the news of the state. What more powerful medium for the propagation of an idea? The man who would govern a nation by writing its songs was a blathering idiot beside the fellow who can edit its news dispatches. The negroes are playing into our hands. Every crime that one of them commits is reported by us. With the latitude they have had in this state, they are growing more impudent and self assertive every day. a yellow demagogue in New York, made a speech only a few days ago in which he deliberately and in cold blood advised negroes to defend themselves to the death when attacked by white people. I remember well the time when it was death for a negro to strike a white man." "It's death now if he strikes the right one," interjected McBane, restored to better humor by this mention of a congenial subject. The general smiled a fine smile. He had heard the story of how McBane had lost his other eye. "The local negro paper is quite outspoken, too," continued the general, "if not impudent. We must keep track of that. It may furnish us some good campaign material." "Yes," returned Carteret, "we must see to that. I threw a copy into the waste basket this morning without looking at it. Here it is now." End of Chapter 8. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 9 of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 9. A White Man's Nigger. Carteret fished from the depths of the waste basket and handed to the general an 18 by 24 sheet, poorly printed on cheap paper, with a patent inside, a number of advertisements of proprietary medicines, quack doctors, and fortune tellers, and 2 or 3 columns of editorial and local news. Candor compels the admission that it was not an impressive sheet in any respect, except when regarded as the first local effort of a struggling people to make public expression of their life and aspirations. From this point of view, it did not speak at all badly for a class to whom, a generation before, newspapers, books, and learning had been forbidden fruit. "It's an elegant specimen of journalism, isn't it?" laughed the general airily. "Listen to this ad: 'Kinky, curly hair made straight by one application of our specific. Our face bleach will turn the skin of a black or brown person 4 or 5 shades lighter, and of a mulatto perfectly white. When you get the color you wish, stop using the preparation.' Just look at those heads, before using and after using. We'd better hurry, or there'll be no negroes to disenfranchise. If they don't stop till they get the color they desire, and the stuff works according to contract, they'll all be white. Ah, what have we here? This looks as though it might be serious." Opening the sheet, the general read aloud an editorial article to which Carteret listened intently, his indignation increasing in strength from the first word to the last, while McBane's face grew darkly purple with anger. The article was a frank and somewhat bold discussion of lynching and its causes. It denied that most lynchings were for the offense most generally charged as their justification, and declared that, even of those seemingly traced to this cause, many were not for crimes at all, but for voluntary acts which might naturally be expected to follow from the miscegenation laws by which it was sought, in all the Southern States, to destroy liberty of contract, and, for the purpose of maintaining a fanciful purity of race, to make crimes of marriages to which neither nature nor religion nor the laws of other states interposed any insurmountable barrier. Such an article in a Northern newspaper would have attracted no special attention, and might merely have furnished food to an occasional reader for serious thought upon a subject not exactly agreeable. But coming from a colored man in a Southern city, it was an indictment of the laws and social system of the South that could not fail of creating a profound sensation. "Infamous! Infamous!" exclaimed Carteret, his voice trembling with emotion. "The paper should be suppressed immediately." "The impudent nigger ought to be horsewhipped and run out of town," growled McBane. "Gentlemen," said the general soothingly, after the first burst of indignation had subsided, "I believe we can find a more effective use for this article, which, by the way, will not bear too close analysis. There's some truth in it. At least there's an argument." "That is not the point," interrupted Carteret. "No," interjected McBane with an oath, "that ain't at all the point. Truth or not, no damn nigger has any right to say it." "This article," said Carteret, "violates an unwritten law of the South. If we are to tolerate this race of weaklings among us until they are eliminated by the stress of competition, it must be upon terms which we lay down. One of our conditions is violated by this article, in which our wisdom is assailed and our women made the subject of offensive comment. We must make known our disapproval." "I say lynch the nigger, break up the press, and burn down the newspaper office," McBane responded promptly. "Gentlemen," interposed the general, "would you mind suspending the discussion for a moment while I send Jerry across the street? I think I can then suggest a better plan." Carteret rang the bell for Jerry, who answered promptly. He had been expecting such a call ever since the gentleman had gone in. "Jerry," said the general, "step across to Brown's and tell him to send me 3 Calhoun cocktails. Wait for them. Here's the money." "Yes, sir," replied Jerry, taking the proffered coin. "And make haste, Charcoal," added McBane, "for we're getting damned dry." A momentary cloud of annoyance darkened Carteret's brow. McBane had always grated upon his aristocratic susceptibilities. The captain was an upstart, a product of the democratic idea operating upon the poor white man, the descendant of the indentured bond servant and the socially unfit. He had wealth and energy, however, and it was necessary to make use of him. But the example of such men was a strong incentive to Carteret in his campaign against the negro. It was distasteful enough to rub elbows with an illiterate and vulgar white man of no ancestry. The risk of similar contact with negroes was to be avoided at any cost. He could hardly expect McBane to be a gentleman, but when among men of that class he might at least try to imitate their manners. A gentleman did not order his own servants around offensively, to say nothing of another's. The general had observed Carteret's annoyance, and remarked pleasantly while they waited for the servant's return, "Jerry, now, is a very good negro. He's not one of your new negroes, who think themselves as good as white men and want to run the government. Jerry knows his place. He is respectful, humble, obedient, and content with the face and place assigned to him by nature." "Yes, he's one of the best of 'em," sneered McBane. "He'll call any man master for a quarter, or God for half a dollar. For a dollar he'll grovel at your feet, and for a cast-off coat you can buy an option on his immortal soul, if he has one. I've handled niggers for 10 years, and I know 'em from the ground up. They're all alike. They're a scrub race, an affliction to the country, and the quicker we're rid of 'em, all the better." Carteret had nothing to say by way of dissent. McBane's sentiments, in their last analysis, were much the same as his, though he would have expressed them less brutally. "The negro," observed the general, daintily flicking the ash from his cigar, "is all right in his place and very useful to the community. We lived on his labor for quite a long time, and lived very well. Nevertheless, we are better off without slavery, for we can get more out of the free negro, and with less responsibility. I really do not see how we could get along without the negroes. If they were all like Jerry, we'd have no trouble with them." Having procured the drinks, Jerry, the momentary subject of the race discussion which goes on eternally in the South, was making his way back across the street, somewhat disturbed in mind. "Oh, Lord," he groaned, "I never troubles trouble till trouble troubles me. But when I got dem drinks befo', Gin'l Belmont gimme half a dollar an' tole me to keep de change. Dis time he didn't say nothin' 'bout the change. I s'pose he jes' fergot about it, but what is a po' nigger gwine ter do w'en he has ter contend wid white folks' fergitfulness? I don't see no way but ter do some fergittin' myself. I'll jes' stan' outside de do' here till dey gits so wrop up in dey talk dat dey won't remember nothin' else, an' den at de right minute I'll han' de glasses roun', an' mos' likely de gin'l 'll fergit all 'bout de change." While Jerry stood outside, The conversation within was plainly audible, and some inkling of its purport filtered through his mind. "Now, gentlemen," the general was saying, "here's my plan. That editorial in the negro newspaper is good campaign matter, but we should reserve it until it will be most effective. Suppose we just stick it in a pigeonhole and let the editor, what's his name?" "The nigger's name is Barber," replied McBain. "I'd like to have him under me for a month or two. He'd write no more editorials." "Let Barber have all the rope he wants," resumed the general, "and he'll be sure to hang himself. In the meantime, we will continue to work up public opinion. We can use this letter privately for that purpose, and when the state campaign opens, we'll print the editorial, with suitable comment, scatter it broadcast throughout the state, fire the Southern heart, organize the white people on the color line, have a little demonstration with red shirts and shotguns, scare the negroes into fits, win the state for white supremacy, and teach our colored fellow citizens that we are tired of negro domination and have put an end to it forever. The Afro-American banner will doubtless die about the same time." "And so will the editor," exclaimed McBain ferociously. "I'll see to that. But I wonder where that nigger is with them cocktails. I'm so thirsty I could swallow blue blazes." "Here's your drinks, General," announced Jerry, entering with the glasses on a tray. The gentlemen exchanged compliments and imbibed, McBain at a gulp, Carteret with more deliberation, leaving about half the contents of his glass. The general drank slowly, with every sign of appreciation. If the illustrious statesman, he observed, whose name this mixture bears, had done nothing more than invent it, his fame would still deserve to go thundering down the endless ages. "It ain't bad liquor," assented McBain, smacking his lips. Jerry received the empty glasses on the tray and left the room. He had scarcely gained the hall when the general called him back. "Oh, Lord!" groaned Jerry. "He's going to ask me for the change." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Coming, General. Coming, sir." "You may keep the change, Jerry," said the general. Jerry's face grew radiant at this announcement. "Yes, sir, General. Thank you, sir. Much obleeged, sir. I was just going to fetch it in, sir, when I had put the tray down. Thank you, sir, truly, sir." Jerry backed and bowed himself out into the hall. "That was a close shave," he muttered, as he swallowed the remaining contents of Major Carteret's glass. "I 'lowed dem 20 cents was gone dat time, and where I was gwine to get the money to take my gal to the church festival ter night, the Lawd only knows, 'less'n I bought it off Mr. Ellis, and I owes him 60 cents already. But I wonder w'at dem white folks in there is up to. Dere's one thing sho', dey gwine ter git after the niggers some way er 'nother, and when dey does, where's Jerry gwine ter be? Dat's the most impo'tentest question. I'm gwine ter look at dat newspaper dey be'n talkin' 'bout, and 'less'n my min' changes might'ly, I'm gwine ter keep my mouf shet, and stan' in wid de angry Saxon race, ez dey calls deyselves nowadays, and keep on de right side er my bread and meat. What nigger ever give me 20 cents in all my born days?" "By the way, Major," said the general, who lingered behind McBain as they were leaving, "is Miss Clara's marriage definitely settled upon?" "Well, General, not exactly, but it's the understanding that they will marry when they are old enough. I was merely thinking," the general went on, "that if I were you I'd speak to Tom about cards and liquor. He gives more time to both than a young man can afford. I'm speaking in his interest and in Miss Clara's. We of the old families ought to stand together." "Thank you, General, for the hint. I'll act upon it." This political conference was fruitful in results. Acting upon the plans there laid out, McBain traveled extensively through the state, working up sentiment in favor of the new movement. He possessed a certain forceful eloquence, and white supremacy was so obviously the divine intention that he had merely to affirm the doctrine in order to secure adherents. General Belmont, whose business required him to spend much of the winter in Washington and New York, lost no opportunity to get the ear of lawmakers, editors, and other leaders of national opinion, and to impress upon them, with persuasive eloquence, the impossibility of maintaining existing conditions, and the tremendous blunder which had been made in conferring the franchise upon the emancipated race. Carteret conducted the press campaign, and held out to the Republicans of the North the glittering hope that, with the elimination of the negro vote, and a proper deference to Southern feeling, a strong white Republican party might be built up in the New South. How well the bait took is a matter of history, but the promised result is still in the future. The disfranchisement of the negro has merely changed the form of the same old problem. The negro had no vote before the rebellion, and few other rights, and yet the negro question was, for a century, the pivot of American politics. It plunged the nation into a bloody war, and it will trouble the American government and the American conscience until a sustained attempt is made to settle it upon principles of justice and equity. The personal ambitions entertained by the leaders of this movement are but slightly involved in this story. McBane's aims have been touched upon elsewhere. The general would have accepted the nomination for governor of the state with a vision of a senatorship in the future. Carteret hoped to vindicate the supremacy of his race and make the state fit for his son to live in, and, incidentally, he would not refuse any office, worthy of his dignity, which a grateful people might thrust upon him. So powerful a combination of bigot, self-seeking demagogue, and astute politician was fraught with grave menace to the peace of the state and the liberties of the people, by which is meant the whole people, and not any one class, sought to be built up at the expense of another. End of Chapter 9. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 10 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 10. Delamere Plays a Trump. Carteret did not forget what General Belmont had said in regard to Tom. The major himself had been young not so very long ago, and was inclined toward indulgence for the foibles of youth. A young gentleman should have a certain knowledge of life, but there were limits. Clara's future happiness must not be imperiled. The opportunity to carry out this purpose was not long delayed. Old Mr. Delamere wished to sell some timber which had been cut at Bellevue, and sent Tom down to the Chronicle office to leave an advertisement. The major saw him at the desk, invited him into his sanctum, and delivered him a mild lecture. The major was kind, and talked in a fatherly way about the danger of extremes, the beauty of moderation, and the value of discretion as a rule of conduct. He mentioned collaterally the unblemished honor of a fine old family, its contemplated alliance with his own, and dwelt upon the sweet simplicity of Clara's character. The major was a man of feeling and of tact, and could not have put the subject in a way less calculated to wound the amour propre of a very young man. Delamere had turned red with anger while the major was speaking. He was impulsive, and an effort was required to keep back the retort that sprang once or twice to his lips. But his conscience was not clear, and he could not afford hard words with Clara's guardian and his grandfather's friend. Clara was rich, and the most beautiful girl in town. They were engaged. He loved her as well as he could love anything of which he seemed sure, and he did not mean that any one else should have her. The major's mild censure disturbed slightly his sense of security, and while the major's manner did not indicate that he knew anything definite against him, it would be best to let well enough alone. "Thank you, Major," he said, with well-simulated frankness. "I realize that I may have been a little careless, more from thoughtlessness than anything else, but my heart is all right, sir, and I'm glad that my conduct has been brought to your attention, for what you have said enables me to see it in a different light. I will be more careful of my company hereafter, for I love Clara and mean to try to be worthy of her. "Do you know whether she will be at home this evening?" "I have heard nothing to the contrary," replied the major warmly. "Call her up by telephone and ask, or come up and see. You're always welcome, my boy." Upon leaving the office, which was on the second floor, Tom met Ellis coming up the stairs. It had several times of late occurred to Tom that Ellis had a sneaking fondness for Clara. Panoplied in his own engagement, Tom had heretofore rather enjoyed the idea of a hopeless rival. Ellis was such a solemn prig, and took life so seriously, that it was a pleasure to see him sit around sighing for the unattainable. That he should be giving pain to Ellis added a certain zest to his own enjoyment. But this interview with the major had so disquieted him that upon meeting Ellis upon the stairs he was struck by a sudden suspicion. He knew that Major Carteret seldom went to the Clarendon Club, and that he must have got his information from some one else. Ellis was a member of the club, and a frequent visitor. Who more likely than he to try to poison Clara's mind, or the minds of her friends, against her accepted lover? Tom did not think that the world was using him well of late. Bad luck had pursued him, in cards and other things, and despite his assumption of humility, Carteret's lecture had left him in an ugly mood. He nodded curtly to Ellis, without relaxing the scowl that disfigured his handsome features. "That's the damned sneak who's been giving me away," he muttered. "I'll get even with him yet for this." Delamere's suspicions with regard to Ellis's feelings were not, as we have seen, entirely without foundation. Indeed, he had underestimated the strength of this rivalry and its chances of success. Ellis had been watching Delamere for a year. There had been nothing surreptitious about it, but his interest in Clara had led him to note things about his favored rival which might have escaped the attention of others less concerned. Ellis was an excellent judge of character, and had formed a very decided opinion of Tom Delamere. To Ellis, unbiased by ancestral traditions, biased perhaps by jealousy, Tom Delamere was a type of the degenerate aristocrat. If, as he had often heard, it took 3 or 4 generations to make a gentleman, and as many more to complete the curve and return to the base from which it started, Tom Delamere belonged somewhere on the downward slant, with large possibilities of further decline. Old Mr. Delamere, who might be taken as the apex of an aristocratic development, had been distinguished, during his active life, as Ellis had learned, for courage and strength of will, courtliness of bearing, deference to superiors, of whom there had been few, courtesy to his equals, kindness and consideration for those less highly favored, and, above all, a scrupulous sense of honor. His grandson Tom was merely the shadow without the substance, the empty husk without the grain. Of grace he had plenty. In manners he could be perfect, when he so chose. Courage and strength he had none. Ellis had seen this fellow, who boasted of his descent from a line of cavaliers, turn pale with fright and spring from a buggy to which was harnessed a fractious horse, which a negro stable boy drove fearlessly. A valiant carpet knight, skilled in all parlor exercises, great at whist or euchre, a dream of a dancer, unexcelled in cakewalk or coon impersonations, for which he was in large social demand. Ellis had seen him kick an inoffensive negro out of his path, and treat a poor white man with scant courtesy. He suspected Delamere of cheating at cards, and knew that others entertained the same suspicion. For while regular in his own habits, his poverty would not have permitted him any considerable extravagance. Ellis's position as a newspaperman kept him in touch with what was going on about town. He was a member, proposed by Carteret, of the Clarendon Club, where cards were indulged in within reasonable limits, and a certain set were known to bet dollars in terms of dimes. Delamere was careless, too, about money matters. He had a habit of borrowing right and left, small sums which might be conveniently forgotten by the borrower, and for which the lender would dislike to ask. Ellis had a strain of thrift, derived from a Scotch ancestry, and a tenacious memory for financial details. Indeed, he had never had so much money that he could lose track of it. He never saw Delamere without being distinctly conscious that Delamere owed him $4, which he had lent at a time when he could ill afford to spare it. It was a prerogative of aristocracy, Ellis reflected, to live upon others, and the last privilege which aristocracy in decay would willingly relinquish. Neither did the aristocratic memory seem able to retain the sordid details of a small pecuniary transaction. No doubt the knowledge that Delamere was the favored lover of Miss Pemberton lent a touch of bitterness to Ellis's reflections upon his rival. Ellis had no grievance against the aristocracy of Wellington. The best people had received him cordially, though his father had not been of their caste. But Ellis hated a hypocrite and despised a coward, and he felt sure that Delamere was both. Otherwise he would have struggled against his love for Clara Pemberton. His passion for her had grown with his appreciation of Delamere's unworthiness. As a friend of the family, he knew the nature and terms of the engagement, and that if the marriage took place at all, it would not be for at least a year. This was a long time. Many things might happen in a year, especially to a man like Tom Delamere. If for any reason Delamere lost his chance, Ellis meant to be next in the field. He had not made love to Clara, but he had missed no opportunity of meeting her and making himself quietly and unobtrusively agreeable. On the day after this encounter with Delamere on the stairs of the Chronicle office, Ellis, while walking down Vine Street, met old Mrs. Ochiltree. She was seated in her own buggy, which was of ancient build and pattern, driven by her colored coachman and man of all work. "Mr. Ellis," she called in a shrill voice, having directed her coachman to draw up at the curb as she saw the young man approaching, "come here, I want to speak to you." Ellis came up to the buggy and stood uncovered beside it. "People are saying," said Mrs. Ochiltree, "that Tom Delamere is drinking hard, and has to be carried home intoxicated 2 or 3 times a week, by old Mr. Delamere's man Sandy. Is there any truth in the story?" "My dear Mrs. Ochiltree, I am not Tom Delamere's keeper. Sandy could tell you better than I." "You are dodging my question, Mr. Ellis. Sandy wouldn't tell me the truth, and I know that you wouldn't lie. You don't look like a liar. They say Tom is gambling scandalously. What do you know about that?" "You must excuse me, Mrs. Ochiltree. A great deal of what we hear is mere idle gossip, and the truth is often grossly exaggerated. I am a member of the same club with Delamere, and gentlemen who belong to the same club are not in the habit of talking about one another. As long as a man retains his club membership, he's presumed to be a gentleman. I wouldn't say anything against Delamere if I could." "You don't need to," replied the old lady, shaking her finger at him with a cunning smile. "You are a very open young man, Mr. Ellis, and I can read you like a book. You are much smarter than you look, but you can't fool me. Good morning." Mrs. Ochiltree drove immediately to her niece's, where she found Mrs. Carteret and Clara at home. Clara was very fond of the baby, and was holding him in her arms. He was a fine baby, and bade fair to realize the bright hopes built upon him. "You hold a baby very naturally, Clara," chuckled the old lady. "I suppose you are in training. But you ought to talk to Tom. I have just learned from Mr. Ellis that Tom is carried home drunk 2 or 3 times a week, and that he is gambling in the most reckless manner imaginable." Clara's eyes flashed indignantly. Ere she could speak, Mrs. Carteret exclaimed, "Why, Aunt Polly, did Mr. Ellis say that?" "I got it from Dinah," she replied, "who heard it from her husband, who learned it from a waiter at the club, and" "Pshaw!" said Mrs. Carteret, "mere servants' gossip." "No, it isn't, Olivia. I met Mr. Ellis on the street, and asked him point blank, and he didn't deny it. He's a member of the club, and ought to know." "Well, Aunt Polly, it can't be true. Tom is here every other night, and how could he carry on so without showing the signs of it? And where would he get the money? You know he has only a moderate allowance." "He may win it at cards. It's better to be born lucky than rich," returned Mrs. Ochiltree. "Then he has expectations and can get credit. There's no doubt that Tom is going on shamefully." Clara's indignation had not yet found vent in speech. Olivia had said all that was necessary, but she had been thinking rapidly. Even if all this had been true, why should Mr. Ellis have said it? Or, if he had not stated it directly, he had left the inference to be drawn. It seemed a most unfair and ungentlemanly thing. What motive could Ellis have for such an act? She was not long in reaching a conclusion which was not flattering to Ellis. Mr. Ellis came often to the house, and she had enjoyed his society in a friendly way. That he had found her pleasant company had been very evident. She had never taken his attentions seriously, however, or regarded his visits as made especially to her, nor had the rest of the family treated them from that point of view. Her engagement to Tom Delamere, though not yet formally ratified, was so well understood by the world of Wellington that Mr. Ellis would scarcely have presumed to think of her as anything more than a friend. This revelation of her aunt's, however, put a different face upon his conduct. Certain looks and sighs and enigmatical remarks of Ellis, to which she had paid but casual attention and attached no particular significance, now recurred to her memory with a new meaning. He had now evidently tried, in a roundabout way, to besmirch Tom's character and undermine him in her regard. While loving Tom, she had liked Ellis well enough as a friend, but he had abused the privileges of friendship, and she would teach him a needed lesson. Nevertheless, Mrs. Ochiltree's story had given Clara food for thought. She was uneasily conscious, after all, that there might be a grain of truth in what had been said, enough, at least, to justify her in warning Tom to be careful, lest his enemies should distort some amiable weakness into a serious crime. She put this view of the case to Tom at their next meeting, assuring him, at the same time, of her unbounded faith and confidence. She did not mention Ellis's name, lest Tom, in righteous indignation, might do something rash, which he might thereafter regret. If any subtler or more obscure motive kept her silent as to Ellis, she was not aware of it, for Clara's views of life were still in the objective stage, and she had not yet fathomed the deepest recesses of her own consciousness. Delamere had the cunning of weakness. He knew, too, better than any one else could know, how much truth there was in the rumors concerning him, and whether or not they could be verified too easily for him to make an indignant denial. After a little rapid reflection, he decided upon a different course. "Clara," he said with a sigh, taking the hand which she generously yielded to soften any suggestion of reproach which he may have read into her solicitude, "you are my guardian angel. I do not know, of course, who has told you this pack of lies, for I can see that you have heard more than you have told me, but I think I could guess the man they came from. I am not perfect, Clara, though I have done nothing of which a gentleman should be ashamed. There is one sure way to stop the tongue of calumny. My home life is not ideal. Grandfather is an old, weak man, and the house needs the refining and softening influence of a lady's presence. I do not love club life. Its ideals are not elevating. With you by my side, dearest, I should be preserved from every influence except the purest and the best. Don't you think, dearest, that the major might be induced to shorten our weary term of waiting?" "Oh, Tom," she demurred blushingly, "I shall be young enough at 18, and you are barely 21." But Tom proved an eloquent pleader, and Love a still more persuasive advocate. Clara spoke to the major the same evening, who looked grave at the suggestion, and said he would think about it. They were both very young, but where both parties were of good family, in good health and good circumstances, an early marriage might not be undesirable. Tom was perhaps a little unsettled, but blood would tell in the long run, and marriage always exercised a steadying influence. The only return, therefore, which Ellis received for his well-meant effort to ward off Mrs. Ochiltree's embarrassing inquiries was that he did not see Clara upon his next visit, which was made one afternoon while he was on night duty at the office. In conversation with Mrs. Carteret he learned that Clara's marriage had been definitely agreed upon, and the date fixed. It was to take place in about 6 months. Meeting Miss Pemberton on the street the following day, he received the slightest of nods. When he called again at the house, after a week of misery, she treated him with a sarcastic coolness which chilled his heart. "How have I offended you, Miss Clara?" he demanded desperately, when they were left alone for a moment. "Offended me?" she replied, lifting her eyebrows with an air of puzzled surprise. "Why, Mr. Ellis, what could have put such a notion into your head? Oh, dear, I think I hear Dodie. I know you'll excuse me, Mr. Ellis, won't you? Sister Olivia will be back in a moment, and we're expecting Aunt Polly this afternoon. If you'll stay a while she'll be glad to talk to you. You can tell her all the interesting news about your friends." End of Chapter 10. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 11 of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 11. The Baby and the Bird. When Ellis, after this rebuff, had disconsolately taken his leave, Clara, much elated at the righteous punishment she had inflicted upon the slanderer, ran upstairs to the nursery, and, snatching Dodie from Mammy Jane's arms, began dancing gayly with him round the room. "Look yer, honey," said Mammy Jane, "you better be keerful wid dat chile, and don't drap him on de flo'. You might let him fall on his head and break his neck. My, but you two does make a pretty picture. You'll be wantin' ole Jane to come and nuss yo' chillen some of dese days," she chuckled unctuously. Mammy Jane had been very much disturbed by the recent dangers through which little Dodie had passed, and his escape from strangulation, in the first place, and then from the knife, had impressed her as little less than miraculous. She was not certain whether this result had been brought about by her manipulation of the buried charm or by the prayers which had been offered for the child, but was inclined to believe that both had cooperated to avert the threatened calamity. The favorable outcome of this particular incident had not, however, altered the general situation. Prayers and charms, after all, were merely temporary things which must be constantly renewed, and might be forgotten or overlooked, while the mole, on the contrary, neither faded nor went away. If its malign influence might for a time seem to disappear, it was merely lying dormant, like the germs of some deadly disease, awaiting its opportunity to strike at an unguarded spot. Clara and the baby were laughing in great glee when a mockingbird, perched on the topmost bough of a small tree opposite the nursery window, burst suddenly into song, with many a trill and quaver. Clara, with the child in her arms, sprang to the open window. "Sister Olivia," she cried, turning her face toward Mrs. Carteret, who at that moment entered the room, "come and look at Dodie." The baby was listening intently to the music, meanwhile gurgling with delight, and reaching his chubby hands toward the source of this pleasing sound. It seemed as though the mockingbird were aware of his appreciative audience, for he ran through the songs of a dozen different birds, selecting, with the discrimination of a connoisseur and entire confidence in his own powers, those which were most difficult and most alluring. Mrs. Carteret approached the window, followed by Mammy Jane, who waddled over to join the admiring party. So absorbed were the three women in the baby and the bird that neither one of them observed a neat top buggy, drawn by a sleek sorrel pony, passing slowly along the street before the house. In the buggy was seated a lady, and beside her a little boy, dressed in a child's sailor suit and a straw hat. The lady, with a wistful expression, was looking toward the party grouped in the open window. Mrs. Carteret, chancing to lower her eyes for an instant, caught the other woman's look directed toward her and her child. With a glance of cold aversion she turned away from the window. Old Mammy Jane had observed this movement, and had divined the reason for it. She stood beside Clara, watching the retreating buggy. "Uh-huh," she said to herself, "it's Sister Janet. She married a doctor and all that,
and she lives in a big house, and she's been round the world and the Lord knows where else. But Miss Libbie don't like the sight of her, and never will, as long as the sun rises and sets. Dey certainly does favor one another. Anybody might 'low dey was twins, if dey didn't know better. Well, well, 40 years ago who'd 'a' ever expected to see a nigger gal riding in her own buggy? My, but I don't know. I don't know. It don't look right, and it ain't going to last. You can't make me believe."
Meantime, Janet, stung by Mrs. Carteret's look, the nearest approach she had ever made to a recognition of her sister's existence, had turned away with hardening face. She had struck her pony sharply with the whip, much to the gentle creature's surprise, when the little boy, who was still looking back, caught his mother's sleeve and exclaimed excitedly, "Look, look, mamma! The baby! The baby!" Janet turned instantly, and with a mother's instinct gave an involuntary cry of alarm. At the moment when Mrs. Carteret had turned away from the window, and while Mammy Jane was watching Janet, Clara had taken a step forward, and was leaning against the window sill. The baby, convulsed with delight, had given a spasmodic spring and slipped from Clara's arms. Instinctively the young woman gripped the long skirt as it slipped through her hands, and held it tenaciously, though too frightened for an instant to do more. Mammy Jane, ashen with sudden dread, uttered an inarticulate scream, but retained self-possession enough to reach down and draw up the child, which hung dangerously suspended, head downward, over the brick pavement below. "Oh, Clara, Clara, how could you!" exclaimed Mrs. Carteret reproachfully. "You might have killed my child." She had snatched the child from Jane's arms, and was holding him closely to her own breast. Struck by a sudden thought, she drew near the window and looked out. Twice within a few weeks her child had been in serious danger, and upon each occasion a member of the Miller family had been involved, for she had heard of Dr. Miller's presumption in trying to force himself where he must have known he would be unwelcome. Janet was just turning her head away as the buggy moved slowly off. Olivia felt a violent wave of antipathy sweep over her toward this base-born sister who had thus thrust herself beneath her eyes. If she had not cast her brazen glance toward the window, she herself would not have turned away and lost sight of her child. To this shameless intrusion, linked with Clara's carelessness, had been due the catastrophe so narrowly averted, which might have darkened her own life forever. She took to her bed for several days, and for a long time was cold toward Clara, and did not permit her to touch the child. Mammy Jane entertained a theory of her own about the accident, by which the blame was placed, in another way, exactly where Mrs. Carteret had laid it. Julia's daughter, Janet, had been looking intently toward the window just before little Dodie had sprung from Clara's arms. Might she not have cast the evil eye upon the baby and sought thereby to draw him out of the window? One would not ordinarily expect so young a woman to possess such a power, but she might have acquired it, for this very purpose, from some more experienced person. By the same reasoning, the mockingbird might have been a familiar of the witch, and the two might have conspired to lure the infant to destruction. Whether this were so or not, the transaction at least wore a peculiar look. There was no use telling Miss Livy about it, for she didn't believe, or pretended not to believe, in witchcraft and conjuration. But one could not be too careful. The child was certainly born to be exposed to great dangers. The mole behind the left ear was an unfailing sign, and no precaution should be omitted to counteract its baleful influence. While adjusting the baby's crib a few days later, Mrs. Carteret found fastened under one of the slats a small bag of cotton cloth about half an inch long and tied with a black thread. Upon opening which she found a few small roots or fibers and a pinch of dried and crumpled herbs. It was a good-luck charm which Mammy Jane had placed there to ward off the threatened evil from the grandchild of her dear old mistress. Mrs. Carteret's first impulse was to throw the bag into the fire, but on second thoughts she let it remain. To remove it would give unnecessary pain to the old nurse. Of course, these old negro superstitions were absurd, but if the charm did no good, it at least would do no harm. End of chapter 11. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 12 of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 12. Another Southern Product. One morning, shortly after the opening of the hospital, while Dr. Miller was making his early rounds, a new patient walked in with a smile on his face and a broken arm hanging limply by his side. Miller recognized in him a black giant by the name of Josh Green, who for many years had worked on the docks for Miller's father, and simultaneously identified him as the dust-begrimed negro who had stolen a ride to Wellington on the trucks of a passenger car. "Well, Josh," asked the doctor, as he examined the fracture, "how did you get this? Been fighting again?" "No, suh, I don't s'pose you could hardly call it a fight. One of dem dagoes off in a South American boat gimme some of his jaw, and I give him a back answer, and here I is with a broken arm. He got holt of a belayin' pin before I could hit him." "What became of the other man?" demanded Miller suspiciously. He perceived from the indifference with which Josh bore the manipulation of the fractured limb that such an accident need not have interfered seriously with the use of the remaining arm, and he knew that Josh had a reputation for absolute fearlessness. "Lemme see," said Josh reflectively, "ef I kin 'member what did become of 'im. Oh, yes, I 'member now. Dey tuk 'im to de Marine Hospital in de ambulance, 'cause his leg was broke, and I reckon somethin' must 'a' accidentally hit 'im in de jaw, fer he was scatterin' teeth all de way 'long de street. I didn' want ter kill de man, fer he might have somebody dependin' on 'im, an' I knows how dat 'ud be ter dem. But no man kin call me a damn low down nigger and keep on enjoyin' good health right along." "It was considerate of you to spare his life," said Miller dryly, "but you'll hit the wrong man some day. These are bad times for bad negroes. You'll get into a quarrel with a white man, and at the end of it there'll be a lynching or a funeral. You'd better be peaceable and endure a little injustice rather than run the risk of a sudden and violent death." "I expects ter die a violent death in a quarrel wid a white man," replied Josh in a matter-of-fact tone, "and furthermore, he's gwine ter die at de same time, er a little befo'. I be'n takin' my own time 'bout killin' 'im. I ain' be'n crowdin' de man, but I'll be ready after a while, and den he kin look out." "And I suppose you're merely keeping in practice on these other fellows who come your way. When I get your arm dressed, you'd better leave town to that fellow's boat sales. It may save you the expense of a trial and 3 months in the chain gang. But this talk about killing a man is all nonsense. What has any man in this town done to you, that you should thirst for his blood?" "Naw, suh, it ain' nonsense. It's straight solemn fac'. I'm gwine ter kill dat man ez sho' ez I'm settin' in dis chair, an' dey ain' nobody kin say I ain' got a right ter kill 'im. Does you 'member de Ku Klux?" "Yes, but I was a child at the time, and recollect very little about them. It is a page of history which most people are glad to forget." "Yas, suh, I wuz a chile too, but I wuz right in it, an' so I 'members mo' 'bout it 'n you does. My mammy and daddy lived 'bout 10 miles from here, up de river. One night a crowd of white men come to our house and tuk my daddy out and shot him to death, and scared my mammy so she ain' been herse'f from dat day to dis. I wa'n't mo'n 10 years old at de time, and when my mammy see de white men comin', she tole me to run. I hid in de bushes and seen de whole thing, and it was branded on my memory, suh, like a red hot iron brands de skin. De white folks had masks on, but one of 'em fell off. He was de boss. He was de head man, and tole de res' what ter do, an' I seen his face. It was a easy face ter 'member, an' I swo' den, way down deep in my heart, little ez I wuz, dat some day er 'nother I'd kill dat man. I ain' never had no doubt erbout it. It's jes' w'at I'm livin' fer.
and I know I ain't gwine ter die till I've done it. Some lives fer one thing and some fer another, but dat's my job. I ain't be'n in no has'e, fer I'm not ole yet, and dat man is in good health. I'd like ter see a little er de worl' befo' I takes chances on leavin' it suddin, and moreover somebody's got ter take keer er de ole 'oman. But her time 'll come some er dese days, and den his time 'll come, and prob'ly mine, but I ain't keerin' erbout myse'f. W'en I git th'oo wid him, it won't make no diff'ence 'bout me." Josh was evidently in dead earnest. Miller recalled very vividly the expression he had seen twice on his patient's face during the journey to Wellington. He had often seen Josh's mother, old Aunt Milly, "Silly Milly," the children called her, wandering aimlessly about the street, muttering to herself incoherently. He had felt a certain childish awe at the sight of one of God's creatures who had lost the light of reason, and he had always vaguely understood that she was the victim of human cruelty, though he had dated it farther back into the past. This was his first knowledge of the real facts of the case. He realized, too, for a moment, the continuity of life, how inseparably the present is woven with the past, how certainly the future will be but the outcome of the present. He had supposed this old wound healed. The negroes were not a vindictive people. If swayed by passion or emotion, they sometimes gave way to gusts of rage. These were of brief duration. Absorbed in the contemplation of their doubtful present and their uncertain future, they gave little thought to the past. It was a dark story, which they would willingly forget. He knew the time-worn explanation that the Ku Klux movement, in the main, was merely an ebullition of boyish spirits, begun to amuse young white men by playing upon the fears and superstitions of ignorant negroes. Here, however, was its tragic side, the old wound still bleeding, the fruit of one tragedy, the seed of another. He could not approve of Josh's application of the Mosaic law of revenge, and yet the incident was not without significance. Here was a negro who could remember an injury, who could shape his life to a definite purpose, if not a high or holy one. When his race reached the point where they would resent a wrong, there was hope that they might soon attain the stage where they would try, and, if need be, die, to defend a right. This man, too, had a purpose in life, and was willing to die that he might accomplish it. Miller was willing to give up his life to a cause. Would he be equally willing, he asked himself, to die for it? Miller had no prophetic instinct to tell him how soon he would have the opportunity to answer his own question, but he could not encourage Josh to carry out this dark and revengeful purpose. Every worthy consideration required him to dissuade his patient from such a desperate course. "You had better put away these murderous fancies, Josh," he said seriously. "The Bible says that we should forgive our enemies, bless them that curse us, and do good to them that despitefully use us." "Yas, suh, I've learnt all dat in Sunday school, and I've heard the preachers say it time and time again, but it 'pears ter me dat dis forgetfulness and forgiveness is mighty one-sided. De white folks don't forgive nothin' de niggers does. Dey got up de Ku Klux, dey said, on account er de carpet-baggers. Dey be'n talkin' 'bout de carpet-baggers ever sence, and dey 'pears ter ferget all 'bout de Ku Klux. But I ain't fergot. De niggers is be'n trained to forgiveness, and fer fear dey might ferget how to forgive, de white folks gives 'em somethin' new eve'y now and den ter practise on. A white man kin do w'at he wants ter a nigger, but de minute de nigger gits back at 'im, up goes de nigger, and don't come down till somebody cuss 'im down. Ef a nigger gits a office, er de race 'pears ter be prosperin' too much, de white folks up and kills a few, so dat de res' kin keep on forgivin' and bein' thankful dat dey lef' alive. Don't talk ter me 'bout dese white folks, I knows 'em, I does. Ef a nigger wants ter git down on his marrow bones, and eat dirt, and call 'im marster, he's a good nigger, dere's room fer him. But I ain't no white folks' nigger, I ain't. I don't call no man marster. I don't want nothin' but w'at I wuk fer, but I wants all er dat. I never molest no white man, less'n he molest me fus. But w'en de ole 'oman dies, doctor, an' I gits a good chance at dat white man, dey ain't no use talkin', suh. Dere's gwine be a mix-up and a funeral, or 2 funerals, or maybe mo', if anybody is careless enough to get in the way."
"Josh," said the doctor, laying a cool hand on the other's brow, "you're feverish and don't know what you're talking about. I shouldn't let my mind dwell on such things, and you must keep quiet until this arm is well, or you may never be able to hit any one with it again." Miller determined that when Josh got better he would talk to him seriously and dissuade him from this dangerous design. He had not asked the name of Josh's enemy, but the look of murderous hate which the dust-begrimed tramp of the railway journey had cast at Captain George McBane rendered any such question superfluous. McBane was probably deserving of any evil fate which might befall him, but such a revenge would do no good, would right no wrong. While every such crime committed by a colored man would be imputed to the race, which was already staggering under a load of obloquy because, in the eyes of a prejudiced and undiscriminating public, it must answer as a whole for the offenses of each separate individual. To die in defense of the right was heroic. To kill another for revenge was pitifully human and weak. "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." End of chapter 12. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 13 of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 13. The Cakewalk. Old Mr. Delamere's servant, Sandy Campbell, was in deep trouble. A party of Northern visitors had been staying for several days at the St. James Hotel. The gentlemen of the party were concerned in a projected cotton mill, while the ladies were much interested in the study of social conditions, and especially in the negro problem. As soon as their desire for information became known, they were taken courteously under the wing of prominent citizens and their wives, who gave them, at elaborate luncheons, the Southern white man's views of the negro, sighing sentimentally over the disappearance of the good old negro of before the war, and gravely deploring the degeneracy of his descendants. They enlarged upon the amount of money the Southern whites had spent for the education of the negro, and shook their heads over the inadequate results accruing from this unexampled generosity. It was sad, they said, to witness this spectacle of a dying race, unable to withstand the competition of a superior type. The severe reprisals taken by white people for certain crimes committed by negroes were of course not the acts of the best people, who deplored them. But still a certain charity should be extended towards those who, in the intense and righteous anger of the moment, should take the law into their own hands and deal out rough but still substantial justice. For no negro was ever lynched without incontestable proof of his guilt. In order to be perfectly fair and give their visitors an opportunity to see both sides of the question, they accompanied the Northern visitors to a colored church where they might hear a colored preacher, who had won a jocular popularity throughout the whole country by an oft-repeated sermon intended to demonstrate that the earth was flat like a pancake. This celebrated divine could always draw a white audience, except on the days when his no less distinguished white rival in the field of sensationalism preached his equally famous sermon to prove that hell was exactly 1/2 mile, linear measure, from the city limits of Wellington. Whether accidentally or not, the Northern visitors had no opportunity to meet or talk alone with any colored person in the city except the servants at the hotel. When one of the party suggested a visit to the colored mission school, a Southern friend kindly volunteered to accompany them. The visitors were naturally much impressed by what they learned from their courteous hosts, and felt inclined to sympathize with the Southern people, for the negro is not counted as a Southerner except to fix the basis of congressional representation. There might, of course, be things to criticize here and there, certain customs for which they did not exactly see the necessity, and which seemed in conflict with the highest ideals of liberty. But surely these courteous, soft-spoken ladies and gentlemen, entirely familiar with local conditions, who descanted so earnestly and at times pathetically upon the grave problems confronting them, must know more about it than people in the distant North, without their means of information. The negro who waited on them at the hotel seemed happy enough, and the teachers whom they had met at the mission school had been well dressed, well mannered, and apparently content with their position in life. Surely a people who made no complaints could not be very much oppressed. In order to give the visitors ere they left Wellington a pleasing impression of Southern customs, and particularly of the joyous, happy-go-lucky disposition of the Southern darky and his entire contentment with existing conditions, it was decided by the hotel management to treat them, on the last night of their visit, to a little diversion in the shape of a genuine negro cakewalk. On the afternoon of this same day Tom Delamere strolled into the hotel, and soon gravitated to the bar, where he was a frequent visitor. Young men of leisure spent much of their time around the hotel, and no small part of it in the bar. Delamere had been to the club, but had avoided the card room. Time hanging heavy on his hands, he had sought the hotel in the hope that some form of distraction might present itself. "Have you heard the latest, Mr. Delamere?" asked the bartender, as he mixed a cocktail for his customer. "No, Billy, what is it?" "There's to be a big cakewalk upstairs to night. The Northern gentlemen and ladies who are down here to see about the new cotton factory want to study the nigger some more, and the boss has got up a cakewalk for 'em 'mongst the waiters and chambermaids, with a little outside talent." "Is it to be public?" asked Delamere. "Oh, no, not generally, but friends of the house won't be barred out. The clerk'll fix it for you. Ransom, the head waiter, will be floor manager." Delamere was struck with a brilliant idea. The more he considered it, the brighter it seemed. Another cocktail imparted additional brilliancy to the conception. He had been trying after a feeble fashion to keep his promise to Clara, and was really suffering from lack of excitement. He left the bar room, found the head waiter, held with him a short conversation, and left in his intelligent and itching palm a piece of money. The cakewalk was a great success. The most brilliant performer was a late arrival, who made his appearance just as the performance was about to commence. The newcomer was dressed strikingly, the conspicuous features of his attire being a long blue coat with brass buttons and a pair of plaid trousers. He was older, too, than the other participants, which made his agility the more remarkable. His partner was a new chambermaid who had just come to town, and whom the head waiter introduced to the newcomer upon his arrival. The cake was awarded to this couple by a unanimous vote. The man presented it to his partner with a grandiloquent flourish, and returned thanks in a speech which sent the Northern visitors into spasms of delight at the quaintness of the darky dialect and the darky wit. To cap the climax, the winner danced a buck dance with a skill and agility that brought a shower of complimentary silver, which he gathered up and passed to the head waiter. Ellis was off duty for the evening. Not having ventured to put in an appearance at Carteret's since his last rebuff, he found himself burdened with a superfluity of leisure, from which he essayed to find relief by dropping into the hotel office at about 9 o'clock. He was invited up to see the cakewalk, which he rather enjoyed, for there was some graceful dancing and posturing. But the grotesque contortions of one participant had struck him as somewhat overdone, even for the comical type of negro. He recognized the fellow, after a few minutes' scrutiny, as the body servant of old Mr. Delamere. The man's present occupation, or choice of diversion, seemed out of keeping with his employment as attendant upon an invalid old gentleman, and strangely inconsistent with the gravity and decorum which had been so noticeable when this agile cakewalker had served as butler at Major Carteret's table upon the occasion of the christening dinner. There was a vague suggestion of unreality about this performance, too, which Ellis did not attempt to analyze, but which recurred vividly to his memory upon a subsequent occasion. Ellis had never pretended to that intimate knowledge of negro thought and character by which some of his acquaintances claimed the ability to fathom every motive of a negro's conduct, and predict in advance what any one of the darker race would do under a given set of circumstances. He would not have believed that a white man could possess two so widely varying phases of character. But as to negroes, they were as yet a crude and undeveloped race, and it was not safe to make predictions concerning them. No one could tell at what moment the thin veneer of civilization might peel off and reveal the underlying savage. The champion cakewalker, much to the surprise of his sable companions, who were about equally swayed by admiration and jealousy, disappeared immediately after the close of the performance. Any one watching him on his way home through the quiet streets to old Mr. Delamere's would have seen him now and then shaking with laughter. It had been excellent fun. Nevertheless, as he neared home, a certain aspect of the affair, hitherto unconsidered, occurred to him, and it was in a rather serious frame of mind that he cautiously entered the house and sought his own room. The cakewalk had results which to Sandy were very serious. The following week he was summoned before the disciplinary committee of his church and charged with unchristian conduct, in the following particulars, to wit, dancing and participating in a sinful diversion called a cakewalk, which was calculated to bring the church into disrepute and make it the mockery of sinners. Sandy protested his innocence vehemently, but in vain. The proof was overwhelming. He was positively identified by Sister Amanda Patterson, the hotel cook, who had watched the whole performance from the hotel corridor for the sole, single, solitary, and only purpose, she averred, of seeing how far human wickedness could be carried by a professing Christian. The whole thing had been shocking and offensive to her, and only a stern sense of duty had sustained her in looking on, that she might be qualified to bear witness against the offender. She had recognized his face, his clothes, his voice, his walk. There could be no shadow of doubt that it was Brother Sandy. This testimony was confirmed by one of the deacons, whose son, a waiter at the hotel, had also seen Sandy at the cakewalk. Sandy stoutly insisted that he was at home the whole evening, that he had not been near the hotel for 3 months, that he had never in his life taken part in a cakewalk, and that he did not know how to dance. It was replied that wickedness, like everything else, must have a beginning, that dancing was an art that could be acquired in secret and came natural to some people. In the face of positive proof, Sandy's protestations were of no avail. He was found guilty and suspended from church fellowship until he should have repented and made full confession. Sturdily refusing to confess a fault of which he claimed to be innocent, Sandy remained in contumacy, thereby falling somewhat into disrepute among the members of his church, the largest in the city. The effect of a bad reputation being subjective as well as objective, and poor human nature arguing that one may as well have the game as the name, Sandy insensibly glided into habits of which the church would not have approved, though he took care that they should not interfere with his duties to Mr. Delamere. The consolation thus afforded, however, followed as it was by remorse of conscience, did not compensate him for the loss of standing in the church, which to him was a social club as well as a religious temple. At times, in conversation with young Delamere, he would lament his hard fate. Tom laughed until he cried at the comical idea which Sandy's plaint always brought up, of half a dozen negro preachers sitting in solemn judgment upon that cakewalk. It had certainly been a good cakewalk, and sending poor Sandy to spiritual Coventry. "Cheer up, Sandy, cheer up," he would say when Sandy seemed most depressed. "Go into my room and get yourself a good drink of liquor. The Devil's Church has a bigger congregation than theirs, and we have the consolation of knowing that when we die we'll meet all our friends on the other side. Brace up, Sandy, and be a man, or if you can't be a man, be as near a man as you can. Hoping to revive his drooping spirits, Sandy too often accepted the proffered remedy. End of Chapter 13. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 14 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 14. The Maunderings of Old Mrs. Ochiltree. When Mrs. Carteret had fully recovered from the shock attendant upon the accident at the window, where little Dodie had so narrowly escaped death or serious injury, she ordered her carriage one afternoon, and directed the coachman to drive her to Mrs. Ochiltree's. Mrs. Carteret had discharged her young nurse only the day before, and had sent for Mammy Jane, who was now recovered from her rheumatism, to stay until she could find another girl. The nurse had been ordered not to take the child to negroes' houses. Yesterday, in driving past the old homestead of her husband's family, now occupied by Dr. Miller and his family, Mrs. Carteret had seen her own baby's carriage standing in the yard. When the nurse returned home, she was immediately discharged. She offered some sort of explanation, to the effect that her sister worked for Mrs. Miller, and that some family matter had rendered it necessary for her to see her sister. The explanation only aggravated the offense. If Mrs. Carteret could have overlooked the disobedience, she would by no means have retained in her employment a servant whose sister worked for the Miller woman. Old Mrs. Ochiltree had within a few months begun to show signs of breaking up. She was over 70 years old, and had been of late, by various afflictions, confined to the house much of the time. More than once within the year Mrs. Carteret had asked her aunt to come and live with her, but Mrs. Ochiltree, who would have regarded such a step as an acknowledgment of weakness, preferred her lonely independence. She resided in a small, old-fashioned house standing back in the middle of a garden on a quiet street. 2 old servants made up her modest household. This refusal to live with her niece had been lightly borne, for Mrs. Ochiltree was a woman of strong individuality, whose comments upon her acquaintance, present or absent, were marked by a frankness at times no less than startling. This characteristic caused her to be more or less avoided. Mrs. Ochiltree was aware of this sentiment on the part of her acquaintance, and rather exulted in it. She hated fools. Only fools ran away from her, and that because they were afraid she would expose their folly. If most people were fools, it was no fault of hers, and she was not obliged to indulge them by pretending to believe that they knew anything. She had once owned considerable property, but was reticent about her affairs and told no one how much she was worth, though it was supposed that she had considerable ready money, besides her house and some other real estate. Mrs. Carteret was her nearest living relative, though her grandnephew Tom Delamere had been a great favorite with her. If she did not spare him her tongue-lashings, it was nevertheless expected in the family that she would leave him something handsome in her will. Mrs. Ochiltree had shared in the general rejoicing upon the advent of the Carteret baby. She had been one of his godmothers, and had hinted at certain intentions held by her concerning him. During Mammy Jane's administration, she had tried the old nurse's patience more or less by her dictatorial interference. Since her partial confinement to the house, she had gone, when her health and the weather would permit, to see the child, and at other times had insisted that it be sent to her in charge of the nurse at least every other day. Mrs. Ochiltree's faculties had shared insensibly in the decline of her health. This weakness manifested itself by fits of absent-mindedness, in which she would seemingly lose connection with the present, and live over again, in imagination, the earlier years of her life. She had buried 2 husbands, had tried in vain to secure a third, and had never borne any children. Long ago she had petrified into a character which nothing under heaven could change, and which, if death is to take us as it finds us, and the future life to keep us as it takes us, promised anything but eternal felicity to those with whom she might associate after this life. Tom Delamere had been heard to say profanely that if his Aunt Polly went to heaven, he would let his mansion in the skies on a long lease at a low figure. When the carriage drove up with Mrs. Carteret, her aunt was seated on the little front piazza with her wrinkled hands folded in her lap, dozing the afternoon away in fitful slumber. "Tie the horse, William," said Mrs. Carteret, "and then go in and wake Aunt Polly, and tell her I want her to come and drive with me." Mrs. Ochiltree had not observed her niece's approach, nor did she look up when William drew near. Her eyes were closed, and she would let her head sink slowly forward, recovering it now and then with a spasmodic jerk. "Colonel Ochiltree," she muttered, "was shot at the battle of Culpeper Court House, and left me a widow for the second time, but I would not have married any man on earth after him." "Miss Ochiltree!" cried William, raising his voice. "Oh, Miss Ochiltree! If I had found a man, a real man, I might have married again. I did not care for weaklings. I could have married John Delamere if I had wanted him, but, pshaw, I could have wound him round." "Go round to the kitchen, William," interrupted Mrs. Carteret impatiently, "and tell Aunt Dinah to come and wake her up." William returned in a few moments with a fat, comfortable-looking black woman, who curtsied to Mrs. Carteret at the gate, and then going up to her mistress seized her by the shoulder and shook her vigorously. "Wake up dere, Miss Polly," she screamed as harshly as her mellow voice would permit. "Miss Libbie want you to go driving wid her." "Dinah!" exclaimed the old lady, sitting suddenly upright with a defiant assumption of wakefulness, "why do you take so long to come when I call? Bring me my bonnet and shawl. Don't you see my niece waiting for me at the gate?" "Here dey is, here dey is," returned Dinah, producing the bonnet and shawl, and assisting Mrs. Ochiltree to put them on. Leaning on William's arm, the old lady went slowly down the walk, and was handed to the rear seat with Mrs. Carteret. "How's the baby to day, Olivia, and why didn't you bring him?" "He has a cold to day, and is a little hoarse," replied Mrs. Carteret, "so I thought it best not to bring him out. Drive out the Weldon Road, William, and back by Pine Street." The drive led past an eminence crowned by a handsome brick building of modern construction, evidently an institution of some kind, surrounded on three sides by a grove of venerable oaks. "Hugh Poindexter," Mrs. Ochiltree exclaimed explosively, after a considerable silence, "has been building a new house in place of the old family mansion burned during the war." "It isn't Mr. Poindexter's house, Aunt Polly. That is the new colored hospital, built by the colored doctor." "The new colored hospital, indeed! And the colored doctor? Before the war the negroes were all healthy, and when they got sick we took care of them ourselves. Hugh Poindexter has sold the graves of his ancestors to a negro? I should have starved first." "He had his grandfather's grave opened, and there was nothing to remove except a few bits of heart pine from the coffin. All the rest had crumbled into dust." "And he sold the dust to a negro. The world is upside down." "He had the tombstone transferred to the white cemetery, Aunt Polly, and he has moved away. Esau sold his birthright for a mess of pottage. When I die, if you outlive me, Olivia, which is not likely, I shall leave my house and land to this child. He is a Carteret. He would never sell them to a negro. I can't trust Tom Delamere, I'm afraid." The carriage had skirted the hill, passing to the rear of the new building. "Turn to the right, William," ordered Mrs. Carteret, addressing the coachman, "and come back past the other side of the hospital." A turn to the right into another road soon brought them to the front of the building, which stood slightly back from the street, with no intervening fence or enclosure. A sorrel pony in a light buggy was fastened to a hitching post near the entrance. As they drove past, a lady came out of the front door and descended the steps, holding by the hand a very pretty child about 6 years old. "Who is that woman, Olivia? asked Mrs. Ochiltree abruptly, with signs of agitation. The lady coming down the steps darted at the approaching carriage a look which lingered involuntarily. Mrs. Carteret, perceiving this glance, turned away coldly. With a sudden hardening of her own features, the other woman lifted the little boy into the buggy and drove sharply away in the direction opposite to that taken by Mrs. Carteret's carriage. "Who is that woman, Olivia?" repeated Mrs. Ochiltree with marked emotion. "I have not the honor of her acquaintance," returned Mrs. Carteret sharply. "Drive faster, William." "I want to know who that woman is," persisted Mrs. Ochiltree querulously. "William," she cried shrilly, poking the coachman in the back with the end of her cane, "who is that woman?" "Dat's Miss Miller, ma'am," returned the coachman, touching his hat. "Dr. Miller's wife." "What was her mother's name?" "Her mother's name was Julia Brown. She's be'n dead dese 20 years or mo'. Why, you knowed Julia, Miss Polly. She used to belong to yo' own father befo' the wah, an' after the wah she kep' house fer—" "Look to your horses, William!" exclaimed Mrs. Carteret sharply. "It's that hussy's child," said Mrs. Ochiltree, turning to her niece with great excitement. "When your father died I turned the mother and the child out into the street. The mother died and went to the place provided for such as she. If I hadn't been just in time, Olivia, they would have turned you out. I saved the property for you and your son. You can thank me for it all." "Hush, Aunt Polly, for goodness' sake! William will hear you. Tell me about it when you get home." Mrs. Ochiltree was silent, except for a few incoherent mumblings. What she might say, what distressing family secret she might repeat in William's hearing, should she take another talkative turn, was beyond conjecture. Olivia looked anxiously around for something to distract her aunt's attention, and caught sight of a colored man dressed in sober gray, who was coming toward the carriage. "There's Mr. Delamere's Sandy!" exclaimed Mrs. Carteret, touching her aunt on the arm. "I wonder how his master is. Sandy! Oh, Sandy!" Sandy approached the carriage, lifting his hat with a slight exaggeration of Chesterfieldian elegance. Sandy, no less than his master, was a survival of an interesting type. He had inherited the feudal deference for his superiors in position, joined to a certain self-respect which saved him from cacophony. His manners had been formed upon those of old Mr. Delamere, and were not a bad imitation, for in the man, as in the master, they were the harmonious reflection of a mental state. "How is Mr. Delamere, Sandy?" asked Mrs. Carteret, acknowledging Sandy's salutation with a nod and a smile. "He ain't as peart as he has be'n, ma'am," replied Sandy, "but he's doin' tol'ably well. The doctor say he's good for a dozen years yet, ef he'll jest take good care of hisse'f, and keep from gettin' excited. For sence that second stroke, excitement is dangerous for him." "I'm sure you take the best care of him," returned Mrs. Carteret kindly. "You can't do anything for him, Sandy," interposed old Mrs. Ochiltree, shaking her head slowly to emphasize her dissent. "All the doctors in creation couldn't keep him alive another year. I shall outlive him by 20 years, though we are not far from the same age." "Lawd, ma'am!" exclaimed Sandy, lifting his hands in affected amazement. His study of gentle manners had been more than superficial. "Who ever would 'a' suspicioned dat you and Mars John was nigh de same age? I'd 'a' 'lowed you was 10 years younger 'n him, easy ef you was a day." "Give my compliments to the poor old gentleman," returned Mrs. Ochiltree, with a simper of senile vanity, though her back was weakening under the strain of the effort to sit erect, that she might maintain this illusion of comparative youthfulness. "Bring him to see me some day when he is able to walk." "Yas'm, I will," rejoined Sandy. "He's gwine out ter Belleview nex' week, fer ter stay a month er so, but I'll fetch him roun' when he comes back. I'll tell him dat you ladies 'quired fer him." Sandy made another deep bow, and held his hat in his hand until the carriage had moved away. He had not condescended to notice the coachman at all, who was one of the young negroes of the new generation, while Sandy regarded himself as belonging to the quality, and seldom stooped to notice those beneath him. It would not have been becoming in him, either, while conversing with white ladies, to have noticed a colored servant. Moreover, the coachman was a Baptist, while Sandy was a Methodist, though under a cloud, and considered a Methodist in poor standing as better than a Baptist of any degree of sanctity. "Lawd, Lawd," chuckled Sandy, after the carriage had departed, "I never seed nothin' like de way dat ole lady do keep up her temper. Wid one foot in de grave and de other hov'rin' on de edge, she talks 'bout my ole marster like he wuz in his secon' childhood. But I'm jes' willin' ter bet dat he'll outlas' her. She ain't half de 'oman she wuz dat night I waited on de table at de christening party, when she 'lowed she wa'n't 'feared er no man livin'." End of Chapter 14. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 15. Of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 15. Mrs. Carteret seeks an explanation. As a stone dropped into a pool of water sets in motion a series of concentric circles which disturb the whole mass in varying degree, so Mrs. Ochiltree's enigmatical remark had started in her niece's mind a disturbing train of thought. Had her words, Mrs. Carteret asked herself, any serious meaning, or were they the mere empty babblings of a clouded intellect? "William," she said to the coachman when they reached Mrs. Ochiltree's house, "you may tie the horse and help us out. I shall be here a little while." William helped the ladies down, assisted Mrs. Ochiltree into the house, and then went round to the kitchen. Dinah was an excellent hand at potato pone and other culinary delicacies dear to the Southern heart, and William was a welcome visitor in her domain. "Now, Aunt Polly," said Mrs. Carteret resolutely, as soon as they were alone, "I want to know what you meant by what you said about my father and Julia, and this child of hers." The old woman smiled cunningly, but her expression soon changed to one more grave. "Why do you want to know?" she asked suspiciously. "You've got the land, the houses, and the money. You've nothing to complain of. Enjoy yourself and be thankful." "I'm thankful to God," returned Olivia, "for all his good gifts, and he has blessed me abundantly. But why should I be thankful to you for the property my father left me?" "Why should you be thankful to me?" rejoined Mrs. Ochiltree with querulous indignation. "You'd better ask why shouldn't you be thankful to me? What have I not done for you?" "Yes, Aunt Polly, I know you've done a great deal. You reared me in your own house when I had been cast out of my father's. You have been a second mother to me, and I'm very grateful. You can never say that I have not shown my gratitude. But if you have done anything else for me, I wish to know it. Why should I thank you for my inheritance?" "Why should you thank me? Well, because I drove that woman and her brat away." "But she had no right to stay, Aunt Polly, after father died. Of course she had no moral right before, but it was his house, and he could keep her there if he chose. But after his death she surely had no right." "Perhaps not so surely as you think, if she had not been a negro. Had she been white, there might have been a difference. When I told her to go, she said—" "What did she say, Aunt Polly?" demanded Olivia eagerly. It seemed for a moment as though Mrs. Ochiltree would speak no further, but her once strong will, now weakened by her bodily infirmities, yielded to the influence of her niece's imperious demand. "I'll tell you the whole story," she said, "and then you'll know what I did for you and yours." Mrs. Ochiltree's eyes assumed an introspective expression, and her story, as it advanced, became as keenly dramatic as though memory had thrown aside the veil of intervening years and carried her back directly to the events which she now described. "Your father," she said, while living with that woman, left home one morning the picture of health. 5 minutes later he tottered into the house groaning with pain, stricken unto death by the hand of a just God, as a punishment for his sins. Olivia gave a start of indignation, but restrained herself. I was at once informed of what had happened, for I had means of knowing all that took place in the household. Old Jane, she was younger then, had come with you to my house, but her daughter remained, and through her I learned all that went on. I hastened immediately to the house, entered without knocking, and approached Mr. Merkell's bedroom, which was on the lower floor and opened into the hall. The door was ajar, and as I stood there for a moment I heard your father's voice. "Listen, Julia," he was saying, "I shall not live until the doctor comes, but I wish you to know, dear Julia," he called her dear Julia, "before I die, that I have kept my promise. You did me one great service, Julia. You saved me from Polly Ochiltree." "Yes, Olivia, that is what he said. You have served me faithfully and well, and I owe you a great deal, which I have tried to pay." "Oh, Mr. Merkell, dear Mr. Merkell," cried the hypocritical hussy, falling to her knees by his bedside and shedding her crocodile tears, "you owe me nothing. You have done more for me than I could ever repay. You will not die and leave me. No, no, it cannot be." "Yes, I am going to die. I am dying now, Julia. But listen, compose yourself and listen, for this is a more important matter. Take the keys from under my pillow, open the desk in the next room, look in the second drawer on the right, and you will find an envelope containing 3 papers. One of them is yours, one is the paper I promised to make, and the third is a letter which I wrote last night. As soon as the breath has left my body, deliver the envelope to the address endorsed upon it. Do not delay one moment, or you may live to regret it. Say nothing until you have delivered the package, and then be guided by the advice which you receive. It will come from a friend of mine who will not see you wronged." I slipped away from the door without making my presence known, and entered, by a door from the hall, the room adjoining the one where Mr. Merkell lay. A moment later there was a loud scream. Returning quickly to the hall, I entered Mr. Merkell's room, as though just arrived. "How is Mr. Merkell?" I demanded as I crossed the threshold. "He is dead," sobbed the woman, without lifting her head. She had fallen on her knees by the bedside. She had good cause to weep, for my time had come. "Get up," I said. "You have no right here. You pollute Mr. Merkell's dead body by your touch. Leave the house immediately. Your day is over." "I will not," she cried, rising to her feet and facing me with brazen-faced impudence. "I have a right to stay. He has given me the right." "Ha, ha!" I laughed. "Mr. Merkell is dead, and I am mistress here henceforth. Go, and go at once, do you hear?" "I hear, but I shall not heed. I can prove my rights. I shall not leave." "Very well," I replied, "we shall see. The law will decide." I left the room, but did not leave the house. On the contrary, I concealed myself where I could see what took place in the room adjoining the death chamber. She entered the room a moment later, with her child on one arm and the keys in the other hand. Placing the child on the floor, she put the key in the lock, and seemed surprised to find the desk already unfastened. She opened the desk, picked up a roll of money and a lady's watch, which first caught her eye, and was reaching toward the drawer upon the right, when I interrupted her. "Well, thief, are you trying to strip the house before you leave it?" She gave an involuntary cry, clasped one hand to her bosom, and with the other caught up her child, and stood like a wild beast at bay. "I am not a thief," she panted. "The things are mine." "You lie," I replied. "You have no right to them, no more right than you have to remain in this house." "I have a right," she persisted, "and I can prove it." She turned toward the desk, seized the drawer, and drew it open. Never shall I forget her look. Never shall I forget that moment. It was the happiest of my life. The drawer was empty. Pale as death, she turned and faced me. "The papers!" she shrieked. "The papers! You have stolen them!" "Papers?" I laughed. "What papers? Do you take me for a thief like yourself?" "There were papers here," she cried, "only a minute since. They are mine. Give them back to me." "Listen, woman," I said sternly, "you are lying, or dreaming. My brother in law's papers are doubtless in his safe at his office, where they ought to be. As for the rest, you are a thief." "I am not," she screamed. "I am his wife. He married me, and the papers that were in the desk will prove it." "Listen," I exclaimed, when she had finished, "listen carefully, and take heed to what I say. You are a liar. You have no proofs. There never were any proofs of what you say, because it never happened. It is absurd upon the face of it. Not one person in Wellington would believe it. Why should he marry you? He did not need to. You are merely lying. You are not even self-deceived. If he had really married you, you would have made it known long ago. That you did not is proof that your story is false." She was hit so hard that she trembled and sank into a chair. But I had no mercy. She had saved your father from me, dear Julia, indeed. "Stand up," I ordered. "Do not dare to sit down in my presence. I have you on the hip, my lady, and will teach you your place." She struggled to her feet and stood supporting herself with one hand on the chair. I could have killed her, Olivia. She had been my father's slave. If it had been before the war, I would have had her whipped to death. "You are a thief," I said, "and of that there are proofs. I have caught you in the act. The watch in your bosom is my own. The money belongs to Mr. Merkell's estate, which belongs to my niece, his daughter Olivia. I saw you steal them. My word is worth yours 100 times over, for I am a lady, and you are what? And now hear me. If ever you breathe to a living soul one word of this preposterous story, I will charge you with the theft, and have you sent to the penitentiary. Your child will be taken from you, and you shall never see it again. I will give you now just 10 minutes to take your brat and your rags out of this house forever. But before you go, put down your plunder there upon the desk." She laid down the money and the watch, and a few minutes later left the house with the child in her arms. And now, Olivia, you know how I saved your estate, and why you should be grateful to me." Olivia had listened to her aunt's story with intense interest. Having perceived the old woman's mood, and fearful lest any interruption might break the flow of her narrative, she had, with an effort, kept back the one question which had been hovering upon her lips, but which could now no longer be withheld. "What became of the papers, Aunt Polly?" "Ha, ha!" chuckled Mrs. Ochiltree with a cunning look. "Did I not tell you that she found no papers?" A change had come over Mrs. Ochiltree's face, marking the reaction from her burst of energy. Her eyes were half closed, and she was muttering incoherently. Olivia made some slight effort to arouse her, but in vain, and realizing the futility of any further attempt to extract information from her aunt at this time, she called William and drove homeward. End of Chapter 15. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 16 of The Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition, by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 16. Ellis Takes a Trick. Late one afternoon, a handsome trap drawn by two spirited bays drove up to Carteret's gate. 3 places were taken by Mrs. Carteret, Clara, and the major, leaving the 4th seat vacant. "I've asked Ellis to drive out with us," said the major, as he took the lines from the colored man who had the trap in charge. "We'll go by the office and pick him up." Clara frowned, but perceiving Mrs. Carteret's eye fixed upon her, restrained any further expression of annoyance. The major's liking for Ellis had increased within the year. The young man was not only a good journalist, but possessed sufficient cleverness and tact to make him excellent company. The major was fond of argument, but extremely tenacious of his own opinions. Ellis handled the foils of discussion with just the requisite skill to draw out the major, permitting himself to be vanquished, not too easily, but, as it were, inevitably, by the major's incontrovertible arguments. Olivia had long suspected Ellis of feeling a more than friendly interest in Clara. Herself partial to Tom, she had more than once thought it hardly fair to Delamere, or even to Clara, who was young and impressionable, to have another young man constantly about the house. True, there had seemed to be no great danger, for Ellis had neither the family nor the means to make him a suitable match for the major's sister, nor had Clara made any secret of her dislike for Ellis, or of her resentment for his supposed depreciation of Delamere. Mrs. Carteret was inclined to a more just and reasonable view of Ellis's conduct in this matter, but nevertheless did not deem it wise to undeceive Clara. Dislike was a stout barrier, which remorse might have broken down. The major, absorbed in schemes of empire and dreams of his child's future, had not become cognizant of the affair. His wife, out of friendship for Tom, had refrained from mentioning it, while the major, with a delicate regard for Clara's feelings, had said nothing at home in regard to his interview with her lover. At the Chronicle office Ellis took the front seat beside the major. After leaving the city pavements, they bowled along merrily over an excellent toll road, built of oyster shells from the neighboring sound, stopping at intervals to pay toll to the gatekeepers, most of whom were white women with tallow complexions and snuff-stained lips, the traditional poor white. For part of the way the road was bordered with a growth of scrub oak and pine, interspersed with stretches of cleared land, white with the opening cotton or yellow with ripening corn. To the right, along the distant river bank, were visible here and there groups of turpentine pines, though most of this growth had for some years been exhausted. 20 years before, Wellington had been the world's greatest shipping port for naval stores. But as the turpentine industry had moved southward, leaving a trail of devastated forests in its rear, the city had fallen to a poor 5th or 6th place in this trade, relying now almost entirely upon cotton for its export business. Occasionally our party passed a person or a group of persons, mostly negroes approximating the pure type, for those of lighter color grew noticeably scarcer as the town was left behind. Now and then one of these would salute the party respectfully, while others glanced at them indifferently or turned away. There would have seemed, to a stranger, a lack of spontaneous friendliness between the people of these two races, as though each felt that it had no part or lot in the other's life. At one point the carriage drew near a party of colored folks who were laughing and jesting among themselves with great glee. Paying no attention to the white people, they continued to laugh and shout boisterously as the carriage swept by. Major Carteret's countenance wore an angry look. "The negroes around this town are becoming absolutely insufferable," he averred. "They are sadly in need of a lesson in manners." Half an hour later there neared another group, who were also making merry. As the carriage approached, they became mute and silent as the grave until the major's party had passed. "The negroes are a sullen race," remarked the major thoughtfully. "They will learn their lesson in a rude school, and perhaps much sooner than they dream. By the way," he added, turning to the ladies. "What was the arrangement with Tom? Was he to come out this evening?" "He came out early in the afternoon," replied Clara, "to go a fishing. He is to join us at the hotel." After an hour's drive they reached the hotel, in front of which stretched the beach, white and inviting along the shallow sound. Mrs. Carteret and Clara found seats on the veranda. Having turned the trap over to a hostler, the major joined a group of gentlemen, among whom was General Belmont, and was soon deep in the discussion of the standing problem of how best to keep the negroes down. Ellis remained by the ladies. Clara seemed restless and ill at ease. Half an hour elapsed, and Delamere had not appeared. "I wonder where Tom is," said Mrs. Carteret. "I guess he hasn't come in yet from fishing," said Clara. "I wish he would come. It's lonesome here. Mr. Ellis, would you mind looking about the hotel and seeing if there's any one here that we know?" For Ellis the party was already one too large. He had accepted this invitation eagerly, hoping to make friends with Clara during the evening. He had never been able to learn definitely the reason of her coldness, but had dated it from his meeting with old Mrs. Ochiltree, with which he felt it was obscurely connected. He had noticed Delamere's scowling look, too, at their last meeting. Clara's injustice, whatever its cause, he felt keenly. To Delamere's scowl he had paid little attention. He despised Tom so much that, but for his engagement to Clara, he would have held his opinions in utter contempt. He had even wished that Clara might make some charge against him. He would have preferred that to her attitude of studied indifference, the only redeeming feature about which was that it was studied, showing that she, at least, had him in mind. The next best thing, he reasoned, to having a woman love you, is to have her dislike you violently. The main point is that you should be kept in mind, and made the subject of strong emotions. He thought of the story of Hall Caines, where the woman, after years of persecution at the hands of an unwelcome suitor, is on the point of yielding, out of sheer irresistible admiration for the man's strength and persistency, when the lover, unaware of his victory and despairing of success, seizes her in his arms, and, springing into the sea, finds a watery grave for both. The analogy of this case with his own was, of course, not strong. He did not anticipate any tragedy in their relations, but he was glad to be thought of upon almost any terms. He would not have done a mean thing to make her think of him, but if she did so because of a misconception, which he was given no opportunity to clear up, while at the same time his conscience absolved him from evil and gave him the compensating glow of martyrdom, it was at least better than nothing. He would, of course, have preferred to be upon a different footing. It had been a pleasure to have her speak to him during the drive. They had exchanged a few trivial remarks in the general conversation. It was a greater pleasure to have her ask a favor of him, a pleasure which, in this instance, was partly offset when he interpreted her request to mean that he was to look for Tom Delamere. He accepted the situation gracefully, however, and left the ladies alone. Knowing Delamere's habits, he first went directly to the bar room. The atmosphere would be congenial, even if he were not drinking. Delamere was not there. Stepping next into the office, he asked the clerk if young Mr. Delamere had been at the hotel. "Yes, sir," returned the man at the desk. "He was here at luncheon, and then went out fishing in a boat with several other gentlemen. I think they came back about 3 o'clock. I'll find out for you." He rang the bell, to which a colored boy responded. "Front," said the clerk. "See if young Mr. Delamere is upstairs. Look in 255 or 256, and let me know at once." The bell boy returned in a moment. "Yes, sah," he reported, with a suppressed grin. "He's in 256, sah. De do' was open, and I seed him from de hall, sah." "I wish you'd go up and tell him," said Ellis, "that what are you grinning about?" he asked suddenly, noticing the waiter's expression. "Nothin', sah, nothin' at all, sah," responded the negro, lapsing into the stolidity of a wooden Indian. What shall I tell Mr. Delamere, sir?" "Tell him," resumed Ellis, still watching the boy suspiciously. "No, I'll tell him myself." He ascended the broad stair to the second floor. There was an upper balcony and a parlor, with a piano for the musically inclined. To reach these one had to pass along the hall, upon which the room mentioned by the bell boy opened. Ellis was quite familiar with the hotel. He could imagine circumstances under which he would not care to speak to Delamere. He would merely pass through the hall and glance into the room casually, as any one else might do, and see what the darky downstairs might have meant by his impudence. It required but a moment to reach the room. The door was not wide open, but far enough ajar for him to see what was going on within. Two young men, members of the fast set at the Clarendon Club, were playing cards at a small table, near which stood another, decorated with an array of empty bottles and glasses. Sprawling on a lounge, with flushed face and disheveled hair, his collar unfastened, his vest buttoned awry, lay Tom Delamere, breathing stertorously, in what seemed a drunken sleep. Lest there should be any doubt of the cause of his condition, the fingers of his right hand had remained clasped mechanically around the neck of a bottle which lay across his bosom. Ellis turned away in disgust, and went slowly back to the ladies. "There seems to be no one here yet," he reported. "We came a little early for the evening crowd. The clerk says Tom Delamere was here to luncheon, but he hasn't seen him for several hours." "He's not a very gallant cavalier," said Mrs. Carteret severely. "He ought to have been waiting for us." Clara was clearly disappointed, and made no effort to conceal her displeasure, leaving Ellis in doubt as to whether or not he were its object. Perhaps she suspected him of not having made a very thorough search. Her next remark might have borne such a construction. "Sister Olivia," she said pettishly, "let's go up to the parlor. I can play the piano anyway, if there's no one to talk to." "I find it very comfortable here, Clara," replied her sister placidly. "Mr. Ellis will go with you. You'll probably find some one in the parlor, or they'll come when you begin to play." Clara's expression was not cordial, but she rose as if to go. Ellis was in a quandary. If she went through the hall, the chances were at least even that she would see Delamere. He did not care a rap for Delamere. If he chose to make a public exhibition of himself, it was his own affair. But to see him would surely spoil Miss Pemberton's evening, and, in her frame of mind, might lead to the suspicion that Ellis had prearranged the exposure. Even if she should not harbor this unjust thought, she would not love the witness of her discomfiture. We had rather not meet the persons who have seen, even though they never mention, the skeletons in our closets. Delamere had disposed of himself for the evening. Ellis would have a fairer field with Delamere out of sight and unaccounted for, than with Delamere in evidence in his present condition. "Wouldn't you rather take a stroll on the beach, Miss Clara?" he asked, in the hope of creating a diversion. "No, I'm going to the parlor. You needn't come, Mr. Ellis, if you'd rather go down to the beach. I can quite as well go alone." "I'd rather go with you," he said meekly. They were moving toward the door opening into the hall, from which the broad staircase ascended. Ellis, whose thoughts did not always respond quickly to a sudden emergency, was puzzling his brain as to how he should save her from any risk of seeing Delamere. Through the side door leading from the hall into the office, he saw the bell boy to whom he had spoken seated on the bench provided for the servants. "Won't you wait for me just a moment, Miss Clara, while I step into the office? I'll be with you in an instant." Clara hesitated. "Oh, certainly," she replied nonchalantly. Ellis went direct to the bell boy. "Sit right where you are," he said, "and don't move a hair. What is the lady in the hall doing?" "She's got her back turned dis way, suh. I 'spects she's lookin' at the picture on the opposite wall, suh." "All right," whispered Ellis, pressing a coin into the servant's hand. "I'm going up to the parlor with the lady. You go up ahead of us and keep in front of us along the hall. Don't dare to look back. I shall keep on talking to the lady so that you can tell by my voice where we are. When you get to room 256, go in and shut the door behind you. Pretend that you were called. Ask the gentlemen what they want. Tell any kind of a lie you like, but keep the door shut until you're sure we've got by. Do you hear?" "Yes, sir," replied the negro intelligently. The plan worked without a hitch. Ellis talked steadily about the hotel, the furnishings, all sorts of irrelevant subjects to which Miss Pemberton paid little attention. She was angry with Delamere, and took no pains to conceal her feelings. The bell boy entered room 256 just before they reached the door. Ellis had heard loud talking as they approached, and as they were passing there was a crash of broken glass, as though some object had been thrown at the door. "What is the matter there?" exclaimed Clara, quickening her footsteps and instinctively drawing closer to Ellis. "Some one dropped a glass, I presume," replied Ellis calmly. Miss Pemberton glanced at him suspiciously. She was in a decidedly perverse mood. Seating herself at the piano, she played brilliantly for a quarter of an hour. Quite a number of couples strolled up to the parlor, but Delamere was not among them. "Oh, dear!" exclaimed Miss Pemberton, as she let her fingers fall upon the keys with a discordant crash after the last note. "I don't see why we came out here to night. Let's go back downstairs." Ellis felt despondent. He had done his utmost to serve and to please Miss Pemberton, but was not likely, he foresaw, to derive much benefit from his opportunity. Delamere was evidently as much or more in her thoughts by reason of his absence than if he had been present. If the door should have been opened, and she should see him from the hall upon their return, Ellis could not help it. He took the side next to the door, however, meaning to hurry past the room so that she might not recognize Delamere. Fortunately the door was closed and all quiet within the room. On the stairway they met the bell boy rubbing his head with one hand and holding a bottle of seltzer upon a tray in the other. The boy was well enough trained to give no sign of recognition, though Ellis guessed the destination of the bottle. Ellis hardly knew whether to feel pleased or disappointed at the success of his manoeuvres. He had spared Miss Pemberton some mortification, but he had saved Tom Delamere from merited exposure. Clara ought to know the truth, for her own sake. On the beach, a few rods away, fires were burning, around which several merry groups had gathered. The smoke went mostly to one side, but a slight whiff came now and then to where Mrs. Carteret sat awaiting them. "They're roasting oysters," said Mrs. Carteret. "I wish you'd bring me some, Mr. Ellis." Ellis strolled down to the beach. A large iron plate, with a turned-up rim like a great baking pan, supported by legs which held it off the ground, was set over a fire built upon the sand. This primitive oven was heaped with small oysters in the shell, taken from the neighboring sound and hauled up to the hotel by a negro whose pony cart stood near by. A wet coffee sack of burlaps was spread over the oysters, which, when steamed sufficiently, were opened by a colored man and served gratis to all who cared for them. Ellis secured a couple of plates of oysters, which he brought to Mrs. Carteret and Clara. They were small, but finely flavored. Meanwhile Delamere, who possessed a remarkable faculty of recuperation from the effects of drink, had waked from his sleep, and, remembering his engagement, had exerted himself to overcome the ravages of the afternoon's debauch. A dash of cold water braced him up somewhat. A bottle of seltzer and a big cup of strong coffee still further strengthened his nerves. When Ellis returned to the veranda, after having taken away the plates, Delamere had joined the ladies and was explaining the cause of his absence. He had been overcome by the heat, he said, while out fishing, and had been lying down ever since. Perhaps he ought to have sent for a doctor, but the fellows had looked after him. He hadn't sent word to his friends because he hadn't wished to spoil their evening. "That was very considerate of you, Tom," said Mrs. Carteret dryly, "but you ought to have let us know. We have been worrying about you very much. Clara has found the evening dreadfully dull." "Indeed, no, Sister Olivia," said the young lady cheerfully. "I've been having a lovely time. Mr. Ellis and I have been up in the parlor. I played the piano, and we've been eating oysters and having a most delightful time. Won't you take me down there to the beach, Mr. Ellis? I want to see the fires. Come on." "Can't I go?" asked Tom jealously. "No, indeed, you mustn't stir a foot. You must not overtax yourself so soon. It might do you serious injury. Stay here with Sister Olivia." She took Ellis's arm with exaggerated cordiality. Delamere glared after them angrily. Ellis did not stop to question her motives, but took the goods the gods provided. With no very great apparent effort, Miss Pemberton became quite friendly, and they strolled along the beach, in sight of the hotel, for nearly half an hour. As they were coming up, she asked him abruptly, "Mr. Ellis, did you know Tom was in the hotel?" Ellis was looking across the Sound at the lights of a distant steamer which was making her way toward the harbor. "I wonder," he said musingly, as though he had not heard her question, "if that is the Ocean Belle." "And was he really sick?" she demanded. "She's later than usual this trip," continued Ellis, pursuing his thought. "She was due about 5 o'clock." Miss Pemberton, under cover of the darkness, smiled a fine smile, which foreboded ill for some one. When they joined the party on the piazza, the major had come up and was saying that it was time to go. He had been engaged in conversation for most of the evening with General Belmont and several other gentlemen. "Here comes the general now. Let me see, there are 5 of us. The general has offered me a seat in his buggy, and Tom can go with you all." The general came up and spoke to the ladies. Tom murmured his thanks. It would enable him to make up a part of the delightful evening he had missed. When Mrs. Carteret had taken the rear seat, Clara promptly took the place beside her. Ellis and Delamere sat in front. When Delamere, who had offered to drive, took the reins, Ellis saw that his hands were shaking. "Give me the lines," he whispered. "Your nerves are unsteady and the road is not well lighted." Delamere prudently yielded the reins. He did not like Ellis's tone, which seemed sneering rather than expressive of sympathy with one who had been suffering. He wondered if the beggar knew anything about his illness. Clara had been acting strangely. It would have been just like Ellis to have slandered him. The upstart had no business with Clara anyway. He would cheerfully have strangled Ellis if he could have done so with safety to himself and no chance of discovery. The drive homeward through the night was almost a silent journey. Mrs. Carteret was anxious about her baby. Clara did not speak, except now and then to Ellis, with reference to some object in or near the road. Occasionally they passed a vehicle in the darkness, sometimes barely avoiding a collision. Far to the north the sky was lit up with the glow of a forest fire. The breeze from the Sound was deliciously cool. Soon the last toll gate was passed, and the lights of the town appeared. Ellis threw the lines to William, who was waiting, and hastened to help the ladies out. "Good night, Mr. Ellis," said Clara sweetly, as she gave Ellis her hand. "Thank you for a very pleasant evening. Come up and see us soon." She ran into the house without a word to Tom. End of Chapter 16. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 17 of the Marrow of Tradition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Marrow of Tradition by Charles Waddell Chesnutt. Chapter 17. The Social Aspirations of Captain McBane. It was only 11 o'clock, and Delamere, not being at all sleepy, and feeling somewhat out of sorts as the combined results of his afternoon's debauch and the snubbing he had received at Clara's hands, directed the major's coachman, who had taken charge of the trap upon its arrival, to drive him to the St. James Hotel before returning the horses to the stable. First, however, the coachman left Ellis at his boarding house, which was near by. The two young men parted with as scant courtesy as was possible without an open rupture. Delamere hoped to find at the hotel some form of distraction to fill in an hour or two before going home. Ill fortune favored him by placing in his way the burly form of Captain George McBane, who was sitting in an armchair alone, smoking a midnight cigar, under the hotel balcony. Upon Delamere's making known his desire for amusement, the captain proposed a small game of poker in his own room. McBane had been waiting for some such convenient opportunity. We have already seen that the captain was desirous of social recognition, which he had not yet obtained beyond the superficial acquaintance acquired by association with men about town. He had determined to assault society in its citadel by seeking membership in the Clarendon Club, of which most gentlemen of the best families of the city were members. The Clarendon Club was a historic institution, and its membership a social cult, the temple of which was located just off the main street of the city, in a dignified old colonial mansion which had housed it for the nearly 100 years during which it had maintained its existence unbroken. There had grown up around it many traditions and special usages. Membership in the Clarendon was the sine qua non of high social standing, and was conditional upon two of three things: birth, wealth, and breeding. Breeding was the prime essential, but, with rare exceptions, must be backed by either birth or money. Having decided, therefore, to seek admission into this social arcanum, the captain, who had either not quite appreciated the standard of the Clarendon's membership, or had failed to see that he fell beneath it, looked about for an intermediary through whom to approach the object of his desire. He had already thought of Tom Delamere in this connection, having with him such an acquaintance as one forms around a hotel, and having long ago discovered that Delamere was a young man of superficially amiable disposition, vicious instincts, lax principles, and a weak will, and, which was quite as much to the purpose, a member of the Clarendon Club. Possessing mental characteristics almost entirely opposite, Delamere and the captain had certain tastes in common, and had smoked, drunk, and played cards together more than once. Still more to his purpose, McBane had detected Delamere trying to cheat him at cards. He had said nothing about this discovery, but had merely noted it as something which at some future time might prove useful. The captain had not suffered by Delamere's deviation from the straight line of honor, for while Tom was as clever with the cards as might be expected of a young man who had devoted most of his leisure for several years to handling them, McBane was past master in their manipulation. During a stormy career he had touched more or less pitch, and had escaped few sorts of defilement. The appearance of Delamere at a late hour, unaccompanied, and wearing upon his countenance an expression in which the captain read aright the craving for mental and physical excitement, gave him the opportunity for which he had been looking. McBane was not the man to lose an opportunity, nor did Delamere require a second invitation. Neither was it necessary, during the progress of the game, for the captain to press upon his guest the contents of the decanter which stood upon the table within convenient reach. The captain permitted Delamere to win from him several small amounts, after which he gradually increased the stakes and turned the tables. Delamere, with every instinct of a gamester, was no more a match for McBane in self-control than in skill. When the young man had lost all his money, the captain expressed his entire willingness to accept notes of hand, for which he happened to have convenient blanks in his apartment. When Delamere, flushed with excitement and wine, rose from the gaming table at 2 o'clock, he was vaguely conscious that he owed McBane a considerable sum, but could not have stated how much. His opponent, who was entirely cool and collected, ran his eye carelessly over the bits of paper to which Delamere had attached his signature. "Just $1,000 even," he remarked. The announcement of this total had as sobering an effect upon Delamere as though he had been suddenly deluged with a shower of cold water. For a moment he caught his breath. He had not a dollar in the world with which to pay this sum. His only source of income was an allowance from his grandfather, the monthly installment of which, drawn that very day, he had just lost to McBane, before starting in upon the notes of hand. "I'll give you your revenge another time," said McBane as they rose. "Luck is against you to night, and I'm unwilling to take advantage of a clever young fellow like you. Meantime," he added, tossing the notes of hand carelessly on a bureau, "don't worry about these bits of paper. Such small matters shouldn't cut any figure between friends. But if you are around the hotel to morrow, I should like to speak to you upon another subject." "Very well, Captain," returned Tom somewhat ungraciously. Delamere had been completely beaten with his own weapons. He had tried desperately to cheat McBane. He knew perfectly well that McBane had discovered his efforts, and had cheated him in turn, for the captain's play had clearly been gauged to meet his own. The biter had been bit, and could not complain of the outcome. The following afternoon McBane met Delamere at the hotel, and bluntly requested the latter to propose him for membership in the Clarendon Club. Delamere was annoyed at this request. His aristocratic gorge rose at the presumption of this son of an overseer and ex-driver of convicts. McBane was good enough to win money from, or even to lose money to, but not good enough to be recognized as a social equal. He would instinctively have blackballed McBane had he been proposed by some one else. With what grace could he put himself forward as the sponsor for this impossible social aspirant? Moreover, it was clearly a vulgar, cold-blooded attempt on McBane's part to use his power over him for a personal advantage. "Well, now, Captain McBane," returned Delamere diplomatically, "I've never put any one up yet, and it's not regarded as good form for so young a member as myself to propose candidates. I'd much rather you'd ask some older man." "Oh, well," replied McBane, "just as you say, only I thought you had cut your eye teeth." Delamere was not pleased with McBane's tone. His remark was not acquiescent, though couched in terms of assent. There was a sneering savagery about it, too, that left Delamere uneasy. He was, in a measure, in McBane's power. He could not pay the $1,000 unless it fell from heaven, or he could win it from some one else. He would not dare go to his grandfather for help. Mr. Delamere did not even know that his grandson gambled. He might not have objected, perhaps, to a gentleman's game, with moderate stakes, but he would certainly, Tom knew very well, have looked upon $1,000 as a preposterous sum to be lost at cards by a man who had nothing with which to pay it. It was part of Mr. Delamere's creed that a gentleman should not make debts that he was not reasonably able to pay. There was still another difficulty. If he had lost the money to a gentleman, and it had been his first serious departure from Mr. Delamere's perfectly well understood standard of honor, Tom might have risked a confession and thrown himself on his grandfather's mercy. But he owed other sums here and there, which, to his just now much disturbed imagination, loomed up in alarming number and amount. He had recently observed signs of coldness, too, on the part of certain members of the club. Moreover, like most men with one commanding vice, he was addicted to several subsidiary forms of iniquity, which, in case of a scandal, were more than likely to come to light. He was clearly and most disagreeably caught in the net of his own hypocrisy. His grandfather believed him a model of integrity, a pattern of honor. He could not afford to have his grandfather undeceived. He thought of old Mrs. Ochiltree. If she were a liberal soul, she could give him $1,000 now, when he needed it, instead of making him wait until she died, which might not be for 10 years or more, for a legacy which was steadily growing less and might be entirely exhausted if she lived long enough. Some old people were very tenacious of life. She was a careless old woman, too, he reflected, and very foolishly kept her money in the house. Latterly she had been growing weak and childish. Some day she might be robbed, and then his prospective inheritance from that source would vanish into thin air. With regard to this debt to McBain, if he could not pay it, he could at least gain a long respite by proposing the captain at the club. True, he would undoubtedly be blackballed, but before this inevitable event his name must remain posted for several weeks, during which interval McBain would be conciliatory. On the other hand, to propose McBain would arouse suspicion of his own motives. It might reach his grandfather's ears and lead to a demand for an explanation, which it would be difficult to make. Clearly the better plan would be to temporize with McBain, with the hope that something might intervene to remove this cursed obligation. "Suppose, captain," he said affably, "we leave the matter open for a few days. This is a thing that can't be rushed. I'll feel the pulse of my friends and yours, and when we get the lay of the land, the affair can be accomplished much more easily." "Well, that's better," returned McBain, somewhat mollified, "if you'll do that." "To be sure I will," replied Tom easily, too much relieved to resent, if not too preoccupied to perceive the implied doubt of his veracity. McBain ordered and paid for more drinks, and they parted on amicable terms. "We'll let these notes stand for the time being, Tom," said McBain, with significant emphasis, when they separated. Delamere winced at the familiarity. He had reached that degree of moral deterioration where, while principles were of little moment, the externals of social intercourse possessed an exaggerated importance. McBain had never before been so personal. He had addressed the young aristocrat first as Mr. Delamere, then, as their acquaintance advanced, as Delamere. He had now reached the abbreviated Christian name stage of familiarity. There was no lower depth to which Tom could sink, unless McBain should invent a nickname by which to address him. He did not like McBain's manner. It was characterized by a veiled insolence which was exceedingly offensive. He would go over to the club and try his luck with some honest player. Perhaps something might turn up to relieve him from his embarrassment. He put his hand in his pocket mechanically and found it empty. In the present state of his credit he could hardly play without money. A thought struck him. Leaving the hotel, he hastened home, where he found Sandy dusting his famous suit of clothes on the back piazza. Mr. Delamere was not at home, having departed for Bellevue about 2 o'clock, leaving Sandy to follow him in the morning. "Hello, Sandy!" exclaimed Tom, with an assumed jocularity which he was very far from feeling. "What are you doing with those gorgeous garments?" "I'm a dustin' 'em, Mr. Tom, that's what I'm a doin'. There's somethin' wrong 'bout dese clothes of mine. I don't never seem to be able to keep 'em clean no mo'. Ef I believed in dem ole timey sayin's, I 'low dey wuz a witch come here eve'y night en tuk 'em out en wo' 'em, or tuk me out en ride me in 'em. Dey wuz somethin' wrong 'bout dat cakewalk bizness, too. Dat I ain' never understood, en don' know how ter 'count fer, 'less dey wuz some kind er devilishness gwine on dat don't show on de surface." Sandy asked Tom irrelevantly, "Have you any money in the house?" "Yas, suh, I got de money Mars John give me ter git dem things ter take out ter Bellevue in de mawnin'." "I mean money of your own." "I got a quarter ter buy terbacker wid," returned Sandy cautiously. "Is that all? Haven't you some saved up?" "Well, yes, Mistah Tom," returned Sandy, with evident reluctance. "Dere's a few dollars put away in my bureau drawer for a rainy day. Not much, suh." "I'm a little short this afternoon, Sandy, and need some money right away. Grandfather isn't here, so I can't get any from him. Let me take what you have for a day or two, Sandy, and I'll return it with good interest." "Now, Mistah Tom," said Sandy seriously, "I don't mind lettin' you take my money,
But I hopes you ain't gwine ter use it fer none er dem rakelly goin's on er yourn, gamblin' en bettin' en so forth. Yo' gran'daddy'll find out erbout you yet ef you don't min' yo' P's en Q's. I does my bes' ter keep yo' misdoin's fum 'im, en sence I be'n tu'ned out er de chu'ch, thoo no fault er my own, God knows, I've tole lies 'nuff 'bout you ter sink a ship. But it ain't right, Mistuh Tom, it ain't right, en I only does it fer de sake er de fam'ly honor dat Mars John sets so much sto' by, en ter save his feelin's, fer de doctor says he mustn't git excited 'bout nothin', er it mought bring on another stroke." "That's right, Sandy," replied Tom approvingly. "But the family honor is as safe in my hands as in grandfather's own, and I'm going to use the money for an excellent purpose, in fact, to relieve a case of genuine distress. And I'll hand it back to you in a day or two, perhaps to morrow. Fetch me the money, Sandy, that's a good darky." "All right, Mistuh Tom, you shall have de money, but I wants ter tell you, suh, dat in all de years I has wo'ked fer yo' gran'daddy, he has never called me a darky to my face, suh. Co'se I knows dere's w'ite folks en black folks, but dere's manners, suh, dere's manners, en gentlemen ought ter be de ones ter use 'em, suh, ef dey ain't ter be fergot entirely." There, Sandy," returned Tom in a conciliatory tone, "I beg your pardon. I've been associating with some Northern white folks at the hotel, and picked up the word from them. You're a high-toned colored gentleman, Sandy, the finest one on the footstool." Still muttering to himself, Sandy retired to his own room, which was in the house, so that he might be always near his master. He soon returned with a time-stained leather pocketbook and a coarse knit cotton sock, from which two receptacles he painfully extracted a number of bills and coins. "You count dat, Mistuh Tom, so I'll know how much I'm lettin' you have." "This isn't worth anything," said Tom, pushing aside one roll of bills. "It's Confederate money." "So it is, suh. It ain't wuth nothin' now, but it has be'n money, en who kin tell but w'at it mought be money ag'in? De res' er dem bills is greenbacks. Dey'll pass all right, I reckon." The good money amounted to about $50, which Delamere thrust eagerly into his pocket. "You won't say anything to grandfather about this, will you, Sandy?" he said, as he turned away. "No, suh, co'se I won't. Does I ever tell 'im 'bout yo' gwines on? Ef I did," he added to himself as the young men disappeared down the street, "I wouldn't have time to do nothin' else hardly. I don't know whether I'll see dat money ag'in or no, dough I imagine de ole gentleman wouldn't lemme lose it ef he knowed. But I ain't gwine tell 'im, whether I git my money back or no, fer he's jes' so wrop up in dat boy dat I b'lieve it'd jes' break his heart ter find out how he's be'n gwine on. Dr. Price has tole me not ter let de ole gentleman git excited, er e'se dere's no tellin' w'at mought happen. He's be'n good ter me, he has, en I'm gwine ter take keer of 'im, dat's w'at I is, ez long ez I has de chance." Delamere went directly to the club, and soon lounged into the card room, where several of the members were engaged in play. He sauntered here and there, too much absorbed in his own thoughts to notice that the greetings he received were less cordial than those usually exchanged between the members of a small and select social club. Finally, when Augustus, commonly and more appropriately called Gus, Davidson came into the room, Tom stepped toward him. "Will you take a hand in a game, Gus?" "Don't care if I do," said the other. "Let's sit over here." Davidson led the way to a table near the fireplace, near which stood a tall screen, which at times occupied various places in the room. Davidson took the seat opposite the fireplace, leaving Delamere with his back to the screen. Delamere staked half of Sandy's money and lost. He staked the rest and determined to win, because he could not afford to lose. He had just reached out his hand to gather in the stakes when he was charged with cheating at cards, of which two members, who had quietly entered the room and posted themselves behind the screen, had secured specific proof. A meeting of the membership committee was hastily summoned,
it being an hour at which most of them might be found at the club. To avoid a scandal, and to save the feelings of a prominent family, Delamere was given an opportunity to resign quietly from the club, on condition that he paid all his gambling debts within 3 days, and took an oath never to play cards again for money. This latter condition was made at the suggestion of an elderly member, who apparently believed that a man who would cheat at cards would stick at perjury. Delamere acquiesced very promptly. The taking of the oath was easy. The payment of some $1,500 of debts was a different matter. He went away from the club thoughtfully, and it may be said, in full justice to a past which was far from immaculate, that in his present thoughts he touched a depth of scoundrelism far beyond anything of which he had as yet deemed himself capable. When a man of good position, of whom much is expected, takes to evil courses, his progress is apt to resemble that of a well-bred woman who is started on the downward path. The pace is all the swifter because of the distance which must be traversed to reach the bottom. Delamere had made rapid headway. Having hitherto played with sin, his servant had now become his master, and held him in an iron grip. End of Chapter 17. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.